The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg could suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man make them happy because man make them talk. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
into another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Shane Crewman, and unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond my control, Lady Che will not be joining us this episode. She's saying that her internet is completely out, and she doesn't have a way of accessing Wi-Fi, so she will not be joining us, unfortunately. And this is her C-Day weekend. Her C-Day is actually in a couple of hours, and she will not be joining us. Shabaka Sankori, our West Coast correspondent, will be joining us here shortly. And on this season 3, episode 52, part 2 of the Frontline Blacc News, we will be discussing several things. The first thing that we will be discussing is Louis Gossett Jr. has passed away. Rest in power to him. He was one of our famous black actors, and we're gonna go over that first. Then the next thing that we're gonna be discussing is Diddy's home is raided, and something about an adopted child, and a white adopted daughter, Ava Combs. So we're gonna go over that. Is Diddy really the Epstein of Rap? It's the next topic. Then after NYC Residents Outrage, Mayor Eric Adams handed out debit cards loaded with money for the illegal immigrants, otherwise known as the Migrants. Hey, peace, twin. I'm glad you stayed up late. Then we got Eric Adams gets obliterated during the interview on the Breakfast Club. Then his lawyer brings receipts for him. Then 6 high school students are charged with holding an online mock slave auction and racial bullying. We covered that on a previous episode, but we have more details to share with y'all. I think we have the actual video of the slave auction. Then we got Boston religious leaders demand white churches pay reparations. Y'all see my t-shirt. Reparations now, cut the goddamn check. And then we got Latino-American man tells Black Americans that they want the migrants gone too. And if we have time, anything else not mentioned in this description. So once again, Black family, you're a decade of tangibles. We demand something tangible for our vote, as you clearly see from my t-shirt. Reparations now, cut the goddamn check. You got the money. I need to go ahead and do it. Otherwise, we're just gonna sit out this election cycle. And I got my favorite hat on too. Fuck Trump. And we want all you dumpster supporters to call in Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Tuesday. We got a special edition just for y'all. So Tuesday, April 2nd, we want y'all to call in, tell us what tangible benefits we're gonna get from a Trumpster regime or administration. And the call-in number is 516-418-5996. So we look forward to hearing from you black dumpster supporters on why we need to support the dump as in human shit. And we want to make that perfectly clear in November at the ballot box. So there's that. So I'm going to move us right into our first topic. And that is the black actor that just passed away, Louis Gossett. Rest in power to him. He died at 87. So, Louis Gossett Jr., legendary Oscar-winning actor, dies at 87.
Gossett Jr. has died, a trailblazing actor, the first Black man to win the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor for his role in An Officer and a Gentleman, a commanding presence in movies, on stage, and television, including the groundbreaking series Roots. Here's ABC's Steve Osunsani.
The winner is Louis Gossett Jr.
In an interview published just earlier this year, the one and only Louis Gossett Jr. explained that this moment, when he won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor in 1983, gave him the ability to choose good parts in movies that wouldn't have necessarily gone to a Black man.
Every time I say understand, I want the whole group to say, yes, sir, understand. Yes, sir, understand. Yes, sir.
After his role as a tough drill sergeant, an officer and a gentleman that delivered that gold statue, came roles that awarded him in other ways, like his long run in the big-budget Iron Eagle action films.
Just trust in that runway. I'll do the rest.
And what the actor says was his favorite role ever, as the alien soldier in Enemy Mine, where he and a human soldier, played by actor Dennis Quaid, had to overcome their differences to survive.
You saved my life. Why?
I need to look at another face, even as ugly as yours.
But for many Americans who remember a time when there were very few Black faces on American television, he'll always be remembered for his role in the miniseries Roots that aired on NBC, that introduced millions of wonderful and painful history of how Black people came to America.
You go running off in the hills, you know what's gonna happen to me? I used to sleep on.
I'm gonna try to share it. Yeah, Lou Gossett. Yeah, that's a good story to do.
Overcome some in order to know that God put me on the planet and gave me a gift to do it anyway.
He was only the second Black man ever to win an Oscar for acting. In the real world, he would spend much of his life encouraging Black men to get early screenings for prostate cancer, which he beat. He was 87 years old. Mary?
A remarkable legacy on and off screen. Steve, thank you.
Yeah, also too. Let me get set up here. All right. Oh man.
Don't forget to subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. All right, I had 2 more videos I was going to play on here. The next video is the top 10 most memorable performances. Go ahead, Shabaka.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Lou Gossett, you know what I'm saying? I remember him coming up in his career, and I remember him, man, vaguely on a television series in the early 1970s that was set during like the slavery times, you know, around the Declaration of Independence and what have you. It was, I forgot the name of the series, but it was set like in the late 1700s, you know. And then from there,
are you talking about Roots?
No, this was before he did Roots. Roots came on in 1977. I remember that distinctively is because I was 18 years of age, just turned 18, and it was based off of Alex Haley's family story. All right, hold on one second.
Right.
Okay, bear with me one second.
Okay, Shabaka. While we're waiting on Shabaka to get whatever he is getting together, I'm gonna play the next clip, and that's the top 10 most memorable Louis Gossett Jr. performances.
What's the matter? Does anybody have the guts to shoot the enemy?
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the most powerful and impactful performances from the late, great Louis Gossett Jr.
For every time you joined us, you are one between the world.
Okay.
Yeah, and so Mr. Gossett, you know, he...
Number 10, George Murchison, A Raisin in the Sun.
Connie, we're going to the theater. When it's going to be?
Yeah, now that there's a good play right there.
Before becoming screen star, Louis Gossett Jr. established himself as one of the theater's finest actors. A Raisin in the Sun signified a high point of his Broadway career. For the film adaptation, Gossett reprised his role as George Murchison, making his cinematic debut. George is an educated young man, but he's ignorant of his own heritage.
Yeah, that's the Sidney Poitier was telling him in that park right there.
You know, me and you get done and start talking about things.
Sometimes we'll have to do that, Walter.
Looking down on black people who haven't achieved the same social status as him, George is content with slowing down progress as long as it gets him ahead in life. Buried beneath George's pompous attitude is a plethora of self-loathing, even if he doesn't realize it. In this ensemble piece, the fresh-faced Gossett holds his own against fellow legends like Sidney Poitier and Ruby Dee.
Yeah.
Sidney Poitier, Gossett, and
Number 9,
and there was another
Mr. Johnson, The Color Purple.
You have my sympathies here.
Oh, Lord, he was in that.
You one of the few women in this town that allow your husband's hole to sleep in your bed, spreading legs. Daddy!
We go from Gossett's first film role to what would ultimately be the last before his passing. For much of this musical adaptation, protagonist Seeley suffers at the hands of husband Mr. Learning more about Mr.'s relationship with his father, though, we can see the cycle of abuse that's been passed down from one generation to another. It isn't until Seeley stands up for herself that the cycle is broken.
I'm not a fan of that. I wasn't a fan of
In his limited screen time, Gossett gives a reliably effective performance as a disgruntled old man who we may never come to like. Yet, Gossett makes old Mr. feel human, a quality that all of the core characters have in common. Sharing in the All-Star Cast SAG nomination, Gossett was an inspiration to his co-stars. Number 8, Frank Crosby / Richard in his father's shoes.
Good night. Hope your dreams will all
remember him in his father's shoes.
Whenever an actor passes, audiences are bound to look back at some of their work through a slightly different lens. Knowing that Gossett is no longer with us, this TV movie takes on a new sentiment. Gossett plays Frank Crosby, who dies suddenly, leaving his young son Clay behind. The grieving Clay comes into possession of his father's wing-tip shoes. While wearing them, Clay travels back to his father's upbringing.
Put hot food on the table for both you and your sister. Who the hell you think paid for that? Give me that wrench at the $2.
Clay also encounters his grandfather Richard, played by Gossett, in a dual performance that balances sternness and sincerity. Such shoes might not exist in real life. Going through Gossett's filmography, though, it's like experiencing crucial chapters of his life, reflecting this daytime Emmy-winning film's themes of revisiting the past while looking ahead to the future.
So this picture is him at the graduation. Graduated with honors.
So I'm gonna miss Lou Gossett.
Yeah, me too.
Proud of him, I could bet.
Really.
Number 7, Honey Roy Palmer, Digstown.
He hasn't fought 22 rounds today, but you remember this.
You remember this?
Are black.
And of course, you know he was
What the hell is that
Riddler.
supposed to mean?
Riddler.
I don't know.
Sorry, he
I mean,
was
it's.
Riddler.
I'm trying to inspire you. You know, it's a roots kind of thing.
This boxing movie succeeds thanks to the spot-on casting, with James Woods as a fast-talking con man and Oliver Platt as another con man who talks before he thinks. Gossett is the film's champion as Honey Roy Palmer, a boxer who's getting up there in age. That doesn't mean he's past his prime. Palmer gets roped into a fight that requires him to take down 10 opponents.
What's that all about? Survival, I guess. Well, let's fight.
Although Palmer is 48, Gossett plays this seasoned fighter with such a fiery spirit that you believe he can go the distance. The competition doesn't play by the rules, but neither do our scheming heroes. A few sly tricks aside, Palmer is a force of nature who hits hard in the ring and hits even harder with his words.
You lost faith in me. It was a cash fight. You're the one that kept drilling me. But half the money is in $92,000, man. $92,000.
Number 6, Colonel Charles Chappie Sinclair, Iron Eagle franchise.
Chappie, I got him. I got all 3 of the guns.
Yeah. Well, one of them got me.
As far as aerial action movies from the 80s go, Iron Eagle admittedly did
I didn't see
the
that.
same heights as season, however. One of them was Louis Gossett Jr., who appeared in all 4 entries. Gossett continually stole the show as Chappie, the tough-as-nails veteran who goes from the Vietnam War to the Air Force.
Don't believe those guys could have.
All that fancy maneuver to do you no good if you don't watch what those 2 guys flying up your behind is going to do to you.
Even if the films themselves ranged from guilty pleasures to just plain guilty, Chappie is the most consistently entertaining element thanks to Gossett's charisma and ability to make any line sound badass. Even at the franchise's most absurd, Gossett brought a gravitas that made us want to salute Chappie Sinclair.
In Russia, things are simpler. So I'm told, Colonel. I have heard that your military does lean somewhat heavily towards the lighter shades.
Number 5, Will Reeves, Hooded Justice, Watchmen.
My feet are just fine.
This HBO miniseries sets itself over 3 decades after the iconic graphic novel. In addition to exploring characters who are already well established, the series fleshes out those who are only touched upon. Hooded Justice's role is drastically expanded, revealing his identity as Will Reeves. Played by Jovan Adepo in flashbacks, Gossett stars as an elderly Will, who may not be able to fight like he did back in the day. He can still serve his brand of justice without getting out of his wheelchair. Even before knowing Will's backstory, Gossett makes us feel the lifetime of pain and perseverance this man has experienced. Some of Gossett's best scenes are with Regina King as Reeves' granddaughter, showcasing 2 superheroes at the top of their acting game.
Last thing I saw before my world ended was Baz Reeves, the Black Marshal Ramon, 15 feet tall and flickering black and white.
Number 4, Anwar al-Sadat, Sadat.
You cannot resign now.
Yeah,
If you do, all our enemies will have every excuse they need to take advantage of this mess. You must salvage what you can, and you damn well better do it now.
Although this biographical miniseries didn't exactly earn a ringing endorsement from Egypt,
Yeah, that was
Gossett's
a
performance as the titular president was
miniseries, I think
universally
that there was
praised,
about
earning him a
circa
Golden Globe and Emmy nomination.
1982,
Clocking in
I
at more than 3 hours, the show's success largely rests on the shoulders of its leads.
Why must these vendettas go on and on? These killings go back.
Hey, twin, what's going on?
Gossett is more than up to the task, portraying Sadat from his youth in the military to his assassination. We feel the passage of time through Gossett's transformative performance, watching Sadat rise from a prisoner to Egypt's 3rd president. Portraying Sadat as commanding yet compassionate, Gossett demonstrates how closely linked war and peace are, often requiring a leader who can traverse both. Despite getting banned in Egypt, Gossett claimed many in the Arab world still own a copy.
Now you know why we remain silent. For the same reason the questioner refuses to identify himself.
Number 3, Jariba Jerry Shigan, Enemy Mine.
I didn't see that one. That bit is bullshit.
If it weren't for the opening credits, you probably wouldn't guess that's Gossett, a Drac who becomes stranded with Dennis Quaid's Will, a human, to kill each other. First, the setup is familiar, but 2 central performances amount to a surprisingly effective story of.
You're invaders! No, we are explorers. We are founders of where?
Gossett is especially powerful in a role that could have come off as too silly in so many ways. Yet Gossett completely escapes into the character, making us shed a tear for Jerry by his final scene. It may be sci-fi, but the acting embodies real-world parallels of prejudice and acceptance.
That was wrong. I did not mean it.
Number 2, Fiddler, Roots.
Would it like to be free African?
Yeah, we played Fiddler, that's right.
Yeah. And then that part right
Gossett
there,
was initially reluctant to star in this groundbreaking miniseries, interpreting
You were
Fiddler as
saying-
an Uncle Tom. Researching the character changed Gossett's whole perspective. A house slave tasked with looking after the recently captured Kunta Kinte, Fiddler believes that he's etched out the best position possible for himself given the circumstances. He doesn't want Kunta making any trouble for him. Seeing Kunta's unbreakable spirit, Fiddler realizes that he hasn't been living. He's only been surviving, and that's sadly the most he can ever hope for.
You know who you be? Okay, now that part right there. I was 18 years old when that movie came on.
Fiddler might not live to see
And I
slavery
had,
end, only achieving freedom and
had
death.
went to Reno,
By mentoring
Nevada.
and nurturing Kunta, though, future generations may
Shortly
prosper.
after,
Although nominated against 4 of his co-stars at the
After
Emmys,
that,
Gossett
this
emerged
white
victorious for his
individual
deeply
wants to come up and
empathetic
talk to me
performance.
about roots.
All the time.
And I told him,
Playing
sir,
white
you
folk
haven't
song.
known today. The black experience is
My
not
own
your
song.
experience, and I don't care how many black prostitutes you've been with.
Before we
That is
unveil our
the
top
subject
pick,
matter.
here
I
are a
did
few
discuss
honorable
with
mentions.
white
Garrett,
even to this
Stargate
day.
SG-1, finding
Oh,
humanity
yeah,
in
but
another
I
outlandish
go back
character.
and forth.
Stargate, that was my
This
school.
council. It is you.
And then,
Let's go to sleep.
too, as I mentioned on our last presentation, that there was some bastard up there on social media talking
Dean,
that shit.
toy
We don't
soldiers.
deserve
Another reason why
reparations,
nobody
okay?
played authority
And with
figures
that
like Gossett.
arrogance goes to
Hey,
show
you
that
see my
white
t-shirt? You see my
are
t-shirt,
more
right?
dangerous
Eventually find you and
than they were
kill
during the slavery
Jake
days.
Phillips, the principal, a security guard who treats the school halls like a war zone.
You're the vigilant, I see.
Where we come from, they knock.
Where I come from, they pick locks. So with your kind permission, Mr. Principal, I'd like to replace your old rusty one with a brand new deadbolt, the kind only 357 Magnum can put on. Okay?
Willie, Daddy's little girls. Gossett shines in a sentimental supporting role.
This place is officially yours.
I mean, I didn't want it like this.
You gotta let me come back and help you from time to time.
Sidney Williams, the Josephine Baker story. Gossett won another Golden Globe for portraying this civil rights activist.
Since the war ended, 54 black men have been lynched in the South. A lot of them still wear their goddamn uniforms. 54.
But isn't anybody fighting back?
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Number
Man,
one,
shit,
Gunnery
fuck
Sergeant
it.
Emil
Don't
Foley, an officer and a gentleman.
I think he won an Oscar for
Sip off one day in my
He
F-14.
won an Oscar for this one, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
From the second this
Yeah, I
drill
think
sergeant
he,
lays eyes on
he was
Richard Gere's
either-
Zach Mayo, he doesn't
was
see the
either
makings of an
nominated
officer.
or
Foley
he
isn't
won,
satisfied with simply dismissing Zach, however.
supporting
When given a
actor,
reason,
you know,
Foley
as-
seeks to break
as
Zach,
the,
pushing him to his limits. Finding that he has nowhere else to go, Zach earns Foley's sympathy and, in time, his respect.
Get into your fatigues, Mayo. At the end of this weekend, you'll quit.
In what could have been a one-note performance, Gossett developed Foley into a surprisingly layered authority figure. He's no nonsense while scoring some of the film's most humorous lines. He lives by the rules, but there's a human behind that uniform and strict demeanor. For his arresting work, Gossett made history as the first black man to win the Best Supporting Actor Oscar.
I'll never forget you, Sergeant.
I know.
Wouldn't have made this if it weren't for you.
Yeah, so,
Get the hell out of here.
What's your favorite Louis Gossett Jr. performance? Let's remember him in the comments.
Check out these other clips from Watch Mojo, and be sure to subscribe and
Be sure to subscribe to Front Line Blacc News.
yeah, that's right, exactly, because we're not promoting nobody's shit no more. And I
So
made
the
that
next-
quite plain. I didn't want to go. Yes, sir, go ahead.
So the next video I'm gonna play, Shabaka, is about the cause of the death, his wife, children, and career.
Right. Yeah, black children, career, lifestyle, cars, houses, network. Okay.
Louis Gossett Jr. was born in the vibrant Coney Island neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York.
from
His
Detroit.
theatrical journey began under the bright lights of a school production of You Can't Take It With You. This early spark ignited a fire, and Gossett soon found himself on the prestigious Broadway stage, landing a role in Take a Giant Step. Gossett's talent continued to blossom on stage.
Remember, check it.
He delivered powerful performances in critically acclaimed plays like A Raisin in the Sun, a landmark piece exploring the Black experience in America. He tackled complex
No,
roles
that was the
in
Black
productions
Experience in Chicago. It was written by Lorraine Hansberry, the setting of Chicago.
And Tambourines
Oh,
to
okay.
Glory, a stirring drama. His versatility shone through in the Zulu and the Zeta, showcasing his range. Not content to be confined to the stage, Gossett's ambition extended to the screen and beyond. He carved a multifaceted career, adding film and television roles to his impressive resume. His artistic spirit even led him to explore the world of music. But it was in 1977 that Gossett catapulted to national recognition. His portrayal of Fiddler in the groundbreaking miniseries Roots resonated deeply with audiences, earning him an Emmy Award for Outstanding Lead Actor. Gossett's career soared beyond the stage. He became a fixture on both the big and small screens, landing high-profile roles in films, television shows, plays, and even video games. His talent was undeniable, and in 1982, he reached a pinnacle achievement, His portrayal of the gruff but ultimately dedicated gunnery
that was the
Sergeant
movie.
Emile Foley in An Officer and a Gentleman was nothing short of transformative. For this iconic role, Gossett shattered barriers, becoming the first black actor to win an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. The accolades continued to pour in throughout his career. Gossett remained a force reckoned with at the Emmy Awards, receiving nominations for a diverse range of projects, from the groundbreaking miniseries The Century Collection presents Ben Vereen, his roots, to the later career limited series Watchmen. His talent was recognized not just by the Emmys, but also at prestigious ceremonies like the Golden Globes, Black Reel Awards, and NAACP Image Awards, where he garnered both wins and nominations. For audiences of a certain generation, Gossett's image will forever be intertwined with the role of Colonel Chappie Sinclair in the action-packed Iron Eagle film series. He brought a unique blend of authority and charisma to the role, captivating audiences across multiple films. Gossett's filmography is a tapestry woven with diverse roles. He collaborated with acclaimed directors like Hal Ashby in The Landlord, 1970, exploring racial tensions. He tackled complex social issues in Paul Bogart's Skin Game, 1971, in George Cukor's Travels with My Aunt, 1972. He brought a touch of humor to the screen. His dramatic range shown in films like Stuart Rosenberg's The Laughing Policeman, 1974, and Philip Kaufman's The White Dawn, 1974. He then transitioned to adventure in Peter Yates' The Deep, 1977. Wolfgang Petersen's Enemy Mine, 1985, showcased his ability to carry a sci-fi film. Back on Earth, Gossett tackled inner-city issues in Christopher Kane's The Principal, 1987, and embodied a vigilante character in Mark Goldblatt's The Punisher, 1989. He continued to explore different genres with Daniel Petrie's war drama, Toy Soldiers, 1991, and the historical drama Jasper, Texas, 2003. Television audiences were also treated to Gossett's talents. He graced iconic shows like Bonanza, 1971, and The Jeffersons, 1975. Later, he appeared in prestigious productions like American Playhouse, 1990, and found a recurring role in the sci-fi series Stargate SG-1, 2005. He even ventured into period dramas with Boardwalk Empire, 2013, and The Book of Negroes, 2015. This list merely scratches the surface of Gossett's prolific career, showcasing the depth and breadth of his acting choices. Net worth: Louis Gossett Jr. left behind a net worth of approximately $5 million. Early life and education: Louis Gossett Jr. was born to Helen Rebecca, a nurse, and Louis Gossett Sr., a porter. His path took a turn at age 17. A sports injury sidelined him, leading him to take an acting class. This decision, made at Mark Twain Intermediate School 239 or Abraham Lincoln High School, though records haven't been confirmed, sparked his acting career. Even before this, polio had already caused a delay in his graduation. Despite his talent on the court, Louis Gossett Jr.'s destiny wasn't on the basketball hardwood. In high school, a teacher recognized his potential and encouraged him to audition for Broadway. This led to an impressive feat, landing a starring role on The Great White Way in 1953, beating out 200 other actors.
Welcome back.
All before even stepping foot at NYU. Although offered an athletic scholarship, his focus shifted after graduation from Abraham Lincoln High School in 1954. Choosing to pursue his passion for acting, he enrolled at NYU and declined the chance to play varsity basketball. Personal life: Louis Gossett Jr.'s personal life unfolded through 3 marriages. His first,
Can you hear me, Shabaka?
ended in an annulment. Seeking a more permanent bond, he married Christina Mangosing in 1973.
Can you hear me?
Their union brought forth a son,
Can you hear me?
in 1974, but sadly, divorce followed in 1975. Love struck again for Gossett in 1987 when he married Cindy James Reese, a champion from the popular talent show Star Search. Together, they chose to expand their family through adoption, welcoming their son Sharon, born in 1977. However, this marriage also wasn't meant to last, and they divorced in 1992. Interestingly, his cousin, Robert Gossett, also found success in acting, starring in the TNT series The Closer. Louis Gossett Jr.'s life wasn't without its share of unexpected encounters. In a harrowing incident in 1966, Beverly Hills police handcuffed him to a tree for 3 hours, an experience that undoubtedly left a lasting impact. In a strange twist of fate, years later, Gossett found himself connected to the infamous Sharon Tate murder case. On August 9, 1969, he was enjoying a party with members of the iconic band the Mamas and the Papas. The atmosphere turns...
Shabaka.
Yeah.
Do you remember all of this that they're going over?
Okay, do I remember the what now?
Do you remember all this stuff they're going over about him, about the LAPD with the handcuffing him to a tree, and how he got his acting start, and what they're going over right now? Shabaka.
Yeah, they keep kicking us off.
I'm just going to roll with it. But before you got cut off, I was asking you if you remembered all this stuff that they're going over right now.
Okay, dude, they faded out. Okay, just asking me if I have what going on.
Do you remember this stuff?
Okay, this film that he's here looks like LeVar Burton again. That one I don't remember. It looks like, you know, some house niggas set up in the 1700s.
Yeah, but prior to this clip, let me rewind it. So when they're going
I want to just say,
1966, Beverly Hills police handcuffed him to a tree for 3 hours.
When Beverly Hills police handcuffed him to a tree for 3 hours.
that sounds like the city of Beverly Hills. If you back in Beverly Hills at that time, in that era, and of course, you know, that there was illegal. I mean, why would they handcuff him to a tree? You know, look at the message.
Right.
An experience that undoubtedly left a lasting impact.
So this is why when
in a strange twist of fate, years later,
when we get our haters
found himself
calling
connected
in, this
to
is
the
why
infamous
they
Sharon
treated
Tate
the way
murder
they
case.
do.
On August 9, 1969, he was enjoying a party with members of the iconic band the Mamas and the Papas.
Exactly.
The atmosphere turned somber when they all received an invitation to Sharon Tate's house. Gossett
Diversity,
left early, only
what
to
is that
return
there?
home and be stunned by news reports. Broadcast revealed that Tate had been brutally murdered by Charles Manson and his followers.
So he was dating one of the chicks. He went to one of the chicks' house that Charles Manson had killed. Yeah, I must have lost Shabaka again. Oh, I can't hear Shabaka at all. Shabaka, are you still there? Okay, he'll be back.
Professional career. Gossett's success wasn't a fluke. In 1955, he joined the cast of The Desk Set, a comedy set in the world of office workers. The show ran for an impressive 297 performances, closing in 1956. Newspapers like The Morning Call lauded the entire cast, praising their comedic timing. By 1959, Gossett continued to make his mark on Broadway. He took on the role of George Murchison in A Raisin in the Sun, a groundbreaking play exploring the struggles and aspirations of a black family in Chicago.
Yeah.
Murchison, a complex character, represented the assimilated black man, and Gossett brought depth and nuance to the portrayal, crediting the magnificent performances of the entire cast. The play's impact went beyond entertainment, winning the prestigious New York Drama Critics Circle Award for Best Play. A multifaceted talent, from folk music to big screen. While establishing himself on Broadway, Louis Gossett Jr. wasn't a one-trick pony. The early 1960s saw him flourish as a talented folk musician, captivating audiences at the legendary New York venue, Folk City. His musical side complemented his acting prowess. In 1961, his dedication to theater paid off. Columbia Pictures, impressed by the critical acclaim of the play A Raisin in the Sun, bought the film rights. Gossett reprised his role alongside most of the original cast, bringing the story to the silver screen, just like the stage version of the film garnered excellent reviews. That same year, Gossett further cemented his artistic versatility by joining the original cast of Gene Gennett's groundbreaking play, The Blaccs. This off-Broadway production shattered records, becoming the decade's longest-running play with a staggering 1,408 performances.
Wow.
Notably, he shared the stage with a powerhouse ensemble, including James Earl Jones, Roscoe Lee Brown, Cicely Tyson, Godfrey Cambridge.
Did Cicely Tyson talk about that in her book?
I don't know. I'm still in the process of reading it because basically, you know, as articulate and as literary as Miss Tyson is, you know, when you read her autobiography, man, it's like going into a college course.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But one thing about Miss Tyson, she did not play no degrading roles of black women. Neither did Ruby Dee. Neither did it was three of them. Cicely Tyson, Ruby Dee. Eartha Kitt was mainly known for her political stance against the war in Vietnam, but it did come across my desk here in Las Vegas that Miss Kitt was involved with a cracker before. So, yeah. You know, so, you know, it's kind of devastating. But as you know, Ruby Dee was married to Ossie Davis. They were married together all their lives.
Yeah.
And when both Ossie Davis and Ruby Dee passed on, they were both cremated. Ossie went first, and then Ruby Dee went. So what had happened was that they had put their ashes in the same box together, and they have pictures of it on there, and it says that we're in this together, and what have you. Okay, but I respect Mr. Gossett. Now, another good movie that Lou Gossett played in that they don't show much was called The Laughing Policeman, which was set in San Francisco. Yeah. He was in that film. He also had done guest spots on television series in the 1970s, The Rockford Files. Also, too, he was on the show Good Times one time where he played Florida's brother.
Oh, yeah, he sure did. I forgot about
Yeah, where he played. And then there was another episode that he did on Good Times where his ass is like 45 and he's trying to hit on Thelma.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Who wasn't trying to hit on Thelma, though?
Yeah, you ain't lying. And then also, too, and Bernadette Stannis was her name. She's got quite a story because one of her parents was murdered. I remember seeing her on a talk show years ago where she had stated such. And then also, too, the reason why John Amos left the Good Times is because he didn't dig the buffoonery that J.J. Walker was playing.
Right. And so they did that remake, Shabaka. I just finished before we went on live. I was listening to Tariq and he was going over the remake of it, and that shit is horrible.
Oh yeah, well of course, man. Well, of course it is. See what has happened, Brother Che. From my generation to your generation, we didn't progress in our imagery. It degraded. You see what I'm saying? Say it degraded. You know, it's because you don't have a strong black male figure in the household. Rather if it's an older brother, rather if it's an uncle, rather if it's the father itself or a stepfather. You see, right. So if these motherfuckers are gonna make films out there in Los Angeles, and if you're gonna deal with the black struggle, why don't you motherfuckers out there make films about a brother keeping a family unit together under the adversity, you know, of the gang banging, of the racial hatred that these other groups are coming to us with, things of that nature right there. You know, you want to glorify a pimp, you want to glorify a hoarder, okay? It's like, and I'm saying it, and anybody out there in Los Angeles, California, from Hollywood, calling to Shabaka's Black Experience and Hands on Tuesday, and the number is 516-418-5996, and we're taking all callers. Okay, you're not gonna sit up there and keep glorifying this shit.
Well, Tuesday, we want the dumpster supporters to call in. So if you're a dumpster,
write it up. Yes, we want all dumpsters. Yeah, most definitely.
You see my hat, Shabaka?
Oh yeah, fuck Trump. I agree with it, and we approve of the message. You know what I mean?
My shirt too.
Oh yeah, might as well. You know, and then okay, what it say right there? Reparations. Damn right. So therefore, we'll probably start that episode off with flushing the toilet with the dump, as in human shit. See what I'm saying? And want to make that
perfectly clear.
Yeah, you see.
All right, so let me finish this. Let me finish this clip, Shabaka, because we still got a lot of topics to get to.
Okay. Okay.
And Charles Gordon. This experience undoubtedly fostered artistic growth and connections for Gossett's future endeavors. The mid-1960s were a whirlwind of creative endeavors for Louis Gossett Jr. He continued to grace the Broadway stage, appearing in Tambourines to Glory in 1963. This groundbreaking production, lauded for its energetic cast and gospel score, showcased his versatility as an actor and singer. His passion for music wasn't confined to the stage. In 1964, he signed with Power Tree Records, releasing singles like Hookah, Duke of Green Green, and Red Rosie Bush / Easty Rider, showcasing his musical talent to a wider audience. 1965 saw him return to Broadway in the musical The Zulu and the Zeta. Critics praised his vocal performance alongside Menashe Skulnick in the song It's Good to Be Alive. Throughout this period, social consciousness permeated his work. In 1966, he co-wrote the anti-war folk song Handsome Johnny with Richie Havens, who later achieved national recognition performing it on The Tonight Show. This song resonated with the social movements of the era. Gossett's artistic journey wasn't limited to established platforms.
I know you remember all
By 1967, he released his own single, Where Have All the Flowers Gone?
Richie Havens pretty much catered to a more of a white folk music type of audience, you know, as opposed to mainstream Black America.
Record, and through his powerful songwriting. The 1970s marked a period of relentless activity for Louis Gossett Jr. Here are some highlights. Stage and screen. In 1968, he appeared in the play Carry Me Back to Morningside Heights. He also landed uncredited roles in films like Wusa, 1969. Music Man, 1970 saw the release of his album From Me to You, showcasing his songwriting talents. Award-winning performance. In 1971, his portrayal of Patrice Lumumba in the play Murderous Angels garnered critical acclaim for its extreme conviction. The same year, he earned an Emmy.
Now that I would like to see if he did Patrice Lumumba
for his role as Fiddler in the groundbreaking miniseries related as a story of survival. A flurry of projects throughout the decade.
So he did a play. He had a play
various film offerings. He landed roles in movies like
but you got to keep in mind the reason why the U.S. is sensitive about that is because the U.S. aided the Belgians in the assassination of Patrice Lumumba.
1976. Additionally, he tackled television appearances in shows like The $6 Million Man and The Jeffersons. Box office success. In 1977,
I remember that episode he did on the Jeffersons where he was trying to hit on Louise. That was funny.
Grossing over $100 million worldwide. Louis Gossett Jr., a career lit by awards. Louis Gossett Jr.'s talent didn't wait for the big screen. In 1978, he danced and sang his way through a
Front Line
celebration
Blacc
of his life.
News.
The Century Collection presents Ben Vereen.
That's right.
His roots, even earning an Emmy nomination for his supporting role. That same year, Gossett took a dramatic turn. He signed on for the miniseries Backstairs at the White House, following the lives of White House staff across multiple presidencies. The chance to
Yeah,
portray the character aging
that
5
movie was
decades throughout the story
bullshit.
was too enticing to pass up, and his performance garnered another Emmy nod. Gossett's dedication to his craft continued in 1981. He landed a guest role in Palmerstown, USA, this time receiving an Emmy nomination for Outstanding Lead
Shout out to the
Actor in a
viewers.
Drama
Make sure y'all like and
Series.
subscribe.
1982 proved
Front
to
Line
be a
Blacc
landmark
News.
year. Gossett's iconic portrayal of the tough-as-nails gunnery sergeant Emil Foley in An Officer and a Gentleman earned him the Academy Award for Best Supporting Actor. He shattered barriers, becoming the first black man to win an Oscar in this category. The accolades didn't stop there. Gossett took home a Golden Globe and an NAACP Image Award for the same role. He didn't slow down. While captivating audiences as the drill instructor, Gossett also starred in the science fiction series The Powers of Matthew Starr. His ability to inhabit diverse characters was on full display throughout the 80s. In 1983, he tackled the complex role of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat in the miniseries of the same name, receiving both Emmy and Golden Globe nominations. That same year, he battled a giant shark in Jaws 3D. Gossett continued to work consistently, taking on roles in films like Finders Keepers and Enemy Mine, before returning to television for A Gathering of Old Men in 1987. This miniseries garnered him yet another Emmy nomination. Action fans cheered as Gossett reprised his role as Colonel Chappie Sinclair in Iron Eagle 2 in 1988. He then brought the Marvel Comics anti-hero Punisher to life opposite Dolph Lundgren in 1989. The 90s saw Gossett seamlessly transition between film and television. He showcased his dramatic talents in HBO's The Josephine Baker Story, which earned him a Golden Globe Award for Best Supporting Actor. He lent his voice to documentaries and lent his presence to action films like Toy Soldiers and the Iron Eagle sequels. His talents extended to the stage as well. In 1996, he took on a role in the Broadway production of Chicago. Even guest appearances weren't without recognition. His performance in Touched by an Angel garnered him an Emmy nomination in 1997. Louis Gossett Jr.'s career is a testament to his versatility and unwavering dedication to his craft. From captivating audiences on stage to breaking barriers on screen, he left an indelible mark on the entertainment industry. Illness and cause of death. Actor Louis Gossett Jr. faced a health challenge in February 2010. He revealed a diagnosis of prostate cancer, but with the positive news that it was detected early. With this knowledge, he anticipated a full recovery. A decade later, in late December 2020, Gossett was hospitalized in Georgia after contracting COVID-19. Sadly, Louis Gossett Jr. passed away on March 29, 2024, at a rehabilitation center in Santa Monica, California. He was 87 years old. Thank you for watching. For more informative content, like, subscribe and click on the bell notification.
So he died in the rehabilitation center in Santa Monica, Shabaka.
Okay. All right, so what we got here, ladies and gentlemen, Shabaka's Black Experience for April the 2nd, 6 p.m. in the Pacific, 9 p.m. in the East, and it simply is entitled Calling All Trump Supporters. And we are asking Donald Trump supporters to call in and explain why black people should support the dump, as in human shit.
And we want to make that perfectly clear.
Yes, sir. Perfectly clear. Yes, sir. This episode is for those 18 years of age and over, and we will be happy to read on the air all of our hate mail we get. Okay, all right, let's see. Okay, Brother Paris, so I'm just putting a basic up there. Tags is Joe Gibson. Okay, let's see here. Hollywood Reporter.
Yep.
Okay. Los Angeles Times.
Yep.
New York Post. New York. New York Times. Now, man. Okay. New York Post, comma, New York Times, Eric Adams, Chicago Tribune, Denver Post, San Francisco Chronicle, East Bay Times, okay. So we got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 hashtags so far on the tags, Brother Parents.
Okay.
Okay.
And this is episode 24 of season 8. Okay, and we are putting this as R, so therefore, people can say, state how they honestly feel. Okay, Brother Che. I'm posting it, on my Facebook page.
Okay.
Okay. Please join us Tuesday,
April 2nd.
Thank you, because man, I've been.
I got it up on the screen, Shabaka. I got you.
Oh, okay. All right. And what year is this? 2024. Okay. 6 p.m. 7 p.m. Mountain. 8 p.m.
Central. 9 p.m. in
Eastern. Okay.
Call up.
No, that's what.
We're going to get from a dumpster regime.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Okay, Brother Paris. Okay, so the preliminary is up there, sir. If you want to modify it, add to it, dump it out, type it all up all over again, I have no problem with it. Okay, please join us Tuesday, April 2nd, 2024, 6 p.m. Pacific. Oh, boy. I'm trying to make this shit look professional as possible. 7 p.m. Mountain, 8 p.m.
I'll fix it up.
Okay. And let me see here. Okay. LaShawn. Okay. Paris LaShawn. Dynamite. Okay. Jay Dizzle. April Aaliyah Jones, if she decides to call in. Okay. El Christina. Most definitely our man Thomas McDonald. Trish, if she's able to. Okay. Robert 11X. Okay. Let me see here. Oh, definitely Brother Yanka. And also, too, man, I don't know what happened with Sister Nicole Wright, man, who used to do the Black Panther radio. So.
Are you talking about Sister Nikki?
Yeah, Nicole Wright, yeah.
Yes.
I think she called herself Sister Nikki, yeah. They're talking about the grown babies.
Yeah, she usually be on tonight.
Yeah, because, she hosts her own podcast, too. Okay. I did a show on the board there.
Yeah, we got some people. We got some people tapping in.
Okay.
Appreciate y'all staying up late.
Oh yeah, most definitely appreciate them staying up late. Okay. Alrighty, and then also too, we got 52
So we need
followers.
to say our good regards to the brother Louis Gossett Jr.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Yeah, Lou Gossett Jr., man, you know, a very, very powerful force in Hollywood. You know, he didn't play no Uncle Tom Rhodes, he didn't play no Yasser Bosses. And I would say in the long run that Mr. Gossett, you know, did try to project a strong black male image, you know, under the parameters, you know, that they would allow him out there in Hollywood. Most definitely our condolences go out to the Gossett family on their loss. And we thank them for Mr. Gossett, yeah, for his public imagery and what he had projected. He had also done television roles as well too. He's appeared on Good Times. He's appeared on The Jeffersons. He's appeared on The Rockford Files. And that is just off the top of my head. You know, if anything comes back to me during, you know, our presentation tonight, then I'll make it. Okay, I don't know if he wrote his autobiography or not. Okay, and as they said, you know, he was a Broadway play actor for a while too, is because a lot of black actors, including Cicely Tyson, Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, Ruby Dee, Ossie Davis, a lot of them did stage work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the brother Adolph Caesar, who played Sarge in The Soldier Story, I think he did a lot of stage work as well too, out of New York, out of Harlem. You know, because Harlem was pretty much a era or a location of the Black Renaissance.
Yes.
And keep in mind, Chicago, Illinois, had a Black Renaissance as well too, because you had a lot of black talent that came up out of Chicago, Illinois, as follows: Curtis Mayfield, let's see, Sam Cooke, okay, Jerry Butler, okay, let me see, you know, I'm quoting this here from memory, Brother Che. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And yeah, and there was a lot of awesome black talent that came out of Chicago too, is because they refer to Chicago as the second city. You know, New York being one city. Then I have a loved one who went to New York City and says you got to see New York. New York City makes Chicago looks like a country and western town. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And you got to be kidding me. You know what I'm saying? Then, of course, as you do know, is that Chicago, Illinois is the home office, or they had the home office there, the Nation of Islam as well, too, you see. And then even the former heavyweight champion, Muhammad Ali, had lived there briefly as well. And let's see, Curtis Mayfield, the impressions were there. Sam Cooke was from Chicago as well too.
Yeah,
and then doing research on Sam. Yeah, and doing research on Sam Cooke to find out what Sam Cooke was trying to do was start another black-owned record company, and there was some unconfirmed reports of how he died in Los Angeles had something to do with him on that. You see, it's because as you know, Mr. Cooke died under some extraordinary circumstances there in Los Angeles, and from what I understand, the motel where he was shot and killed at was over there off of near an 8,000 block of off of South Figueroa Avenue.
South Figueroa.
Yes, sir. On South Figueroa. Yep. But you could pull up, you know, his death certificate in Los Angeles County, which was public record, and I believe it happened in the summer of 1964. And from what I understand, the case with Mr. Cooke is that he was there with this woman who allegedly had stole his pants with all his money and keys in it and stuff like that. And he was, you know, chasing her and she yelled and screamed that he tried to rape her. The motel manager, who was black, by the way, shot and killed Mr. Cook. Yeah. So we might want to do a future story on that. You know
That's
what I mean?
how he died?
Yes, sir. Okay, hold on. Let's go here to the Wikipedia, Brother Jay. Okay, let's see here. Death of Sam Cooke. Okay, death of Sam Cooke. Okay. All righty. Okay, Sam Cooke dated death was December 11th of 1964. Okay. All righty. And okay, it says here in Wikipedia that Sam Cooke was killed on December 11th.
We might have another troll, Shabaka. We got culturally appropriate tinker fingers.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Here you go, Brother Che. Here it is right here. I was right. Okay. I don't know if this motel is still here. Okay. Sam Cooke was killed on December 11th of 1964 at the Hacienda Motel at 91st and South Figueroa Streets in South Central LA. Answering several reports of a shooting and a kidnapping at the motel, the lapdogs found Cook's body. He had sustained a gunshot wound to the chest, which was later determined to pierce his heart. Okay. And they said he died under suspicious circumstances, okay, of Mr. Cook. Oh, Lord, now, what is this? Okay, well, I'm not going to mention where I'm getting the source from, okay?
Okay, well, Shabaka, let me get my closing out, and then we need to move on to the next topic. So,
yes.
Lou Gossett Jr., gone but not forgotten. You left a legacy behind you. It's a shame you went out the way you did, though. And thoughts and prayers and condolences to your family.
Mr. Gossett. Yes, sir. Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? And then also, too, we thank the family of Mr. Gossett for having Mr. Gossett.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And what have you. So with the death of Sam Cooke, we'll get to that there, you know, in the future and what have you.
Yeah, so moving along, we got P. Diddy, after 20 years of the most wild, wickedest shit, is now getting his homes raided. So we had 2 of his homes raided last week. And he has a white adopted daughter named Ava Combs.
Now, see, that's what kills me right there, Brother Che. But all these black babies out there, man, that need homes, man. You know what I'm saying? How come he couldn't adopt a black child?
Right.
Okay.
Well, he adopted Quincy Jones' son.
Wait a minute. P. Diddy adopted Quincy Jones' son?
Yep.
Why the fuck did he adopt Quincy Jones' son? Quincy is fabulously wealthy like Diddy is.
You gotta ask Quincy, Shabaka, but yeah, he adopted his youngest son, I believe.
That's interesting.
He was one of the ones that was arrested when they raided his home. So
because I did see often the file footage is that they did have 2 black men in custody, and they said those were his sons.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Diddy's home is raided, and white adopted daughter Ava Combs. So TD Hip Hop Media is gonna give us the update. Well, it's a media group now, but Tony from LA is gonna give us the update.
Okay, this brother's from Los Angeles, right here.
He's originally from Chicago, but he's in Los Angeles now.
Sounds like me a little bit. From Chicago, but lived in LA. Okay.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today.
Because it's going to be given on. It's like,
some of you may remember this, some of you may not. You all remember when this LGTB activist, a T activist,
Oh my God.
flashed herself at the White House. That's her, posted up with her president, Joe Biden. They had a pride party. And on the White House lawn, this T activist thought that it was a great idea to flash their chest on the White House lawn. Now, I'm not going to show you that photo, right? When she did that, or when that biological
I'd
male.
much rather see that than a motherfucking man showing the crack of his ass.
That was an actual man, though. So you did not want to see that.
God, I stand corrected. Boy. Man, the quote Mike Tyson, Lord have mercy.
Is what we know. Now, the reality is, and I'm not going to play the news clip of helicopters flying over Diddy's home because we've seen that already. We've seen all that stuff already. And the reality is that, at this point, we don't know too much. We don't know too much. What we do know is that his sons were detained, not arrested. There were reports that his sons were arrested. They weren't arrested. They were detained. Right. Diddy himself did not flee the country. There are a lot of folks that were reporting that Diddy fled and went to the Bahamas. He didn't flee to the Bahamas. He flew from, I believe it was from Los Angeles to Miami, and the feds caught up with him in Miami airport. There's a TMZ video of him that's out. Pacing around the Miami airport after speaking with the feds. He looked very lost, confused, and dazed because his world is crumbling down around him. But they spoke with him. They asked him some questions. They asked the people he was with some questions, and then they let him go. Right, and then off to the Bahamas he went from there. Right, he went to the Bahamas straight from there. So, also as it pertains to his involvement in this SEX trafficking probe, currently the feds aren't releasing what his involvement is. It's popular to believe that he's the head, of this alleged, SEX trafficking ring, SEX trafficking probe. It's popular to believe that. That's what some people say. But in all of this, right, they don't know if he's the head of the snake, or if he's just involved in a much larger situation. Some people are saying that Diddy is the Black Epstein. And there are some videos that are popping up online that, are looking kind of suspect. We're going to get into one of those videos here. Looking really suspect. But that is kind of the popular belief, that he's kind of the Black Epstein. But that's yet to be seen. We'll see how things play out from here concerning that. But there are new developments concerning new court documentation.
I wouldn't say no shit about that.
Putting in that are not getting involved other celebrities that are part of.
There's been rumors about Diddy for decades, so he ain't too off with that.
Well, okay, only thing I could say, if they would have had anything on Diddy when they questioned him, they would have simply handcuffed him.
Yeah. So this is bigger than Diddy.
Because I know Los Angeles. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's way bigger than Diddy. But the thing is, though, man, Diddy is a mover and shaker.
Yeah,
he's a billionaire.
They're ignoring the predators that's right there in plain sight, like that mug from Nickelodeon. Right. That's why it's first. Yeah. We put the focus on them. To hell with me too. Right. First them. We're going after them first.
Create sir. Create the hashtag first them.
We already did. Well, Tariq already did, so we're promoting that.
Damn, then that means Tariq got the intellectual property on it.
Yeah,
because we got the intellectual property on Resurrection of the Mental Dead.
Yep, and Front Line Blacc News and the Revolutionary Agenda.
Right, yeah, because we created those. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I'm going to double check on that. And then also, too, I want to give a brief shout out there to Z-Level Scott of the excellent work of what she's doing. And I'm going to give Mrs. Scott a call. I met her. And
you met her An actual person or online?
Yes. I met Z, an actual person in Long Beach. You know, she was putting on a presentation. Very, very professional woman, and she is also and Miss Scott is an accomplished musician, and she is a graduate of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Wow, MIT.
Oh yeah, she's happy, and she's got the search engine optimization going on. So I want to get with her. You see, is because she said she would help us. You know what I mean? And so definitely stay in contact with her. You know, and I think she was out here doing a seminar in Las Vegas, and I missed her out here.
Damn. Were you able to link up with Sharif?
Sharif, no, man, Sharif was DJing. He never got back with me, man, you know.
Okay, well, he usually goes out there several times a year or so. There'll be more.
Oh yeah. I'll hook up with him, man, because the next time I see him doing a live feed out here, I'll just go to the location.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, because sometimes he does live feeds over there off of Fremont Street. And for those of you, when you go out there to hear the Sin City, if you go up there on Fremont Street, you got to put a disclaimer that you don't own the copyright to none of that shit. Is because what Facebook would do, just like what the fuck they did to me, they will kill your live feed.
Yep, you cannot stream.
Yeah, so yeah, and so you want to put your disclaimer out there. Just like I did with my disclaimer, Brother Che, when I went down there on Hollywood Boulevard. And I said it the way I said it. You know how I get out. You know, we don't own the copyright to none of that bullshit, and you high-powered motherfuckers ain't going to come sue us.
Right.
Then, shit, we wish the hell we had some you motherfuckers could sue us for.
Right.
Shit. What the fuck they gonna get from us, man? Our goddamn laptops and cell phones, man, after I bust them up. And word to the wise folks, if you're out there, if you got cell phones and laptops that you want to get rid of, do yourself a favor. Be sure to bust that motherfucker up in a million pieces and throw it in a damn river, throw it out in the middle of the desert around some rattlesnakes, throw it off the goddamn Bay Bridge, throw the motherfucker off the Golden Gate Bridge, because all that shit that you have in there, people, can be used fucking against you. Because you got these goddamn internet hookers and shit like that who want to put pussy pictures up there. And next thing you know, with you being a man, now you know you're a pervert, you know you're the next P. Diddy, and we want to try to come get you for your $24 in your bank account. Kiss my ass.
Yeah, they do that shit.
Yeah, and fuck Donald Trump.
They have places that pick that will properly dispose of your electronics. At least in my they do. But getting back to this, let me finish this video, Shabaki.
Yeah, sure. And it was an internet expert that told me that.
Yeah. I believe it.
Of allegedly, possibly part of all this, right? Now, before I go over to those other articles that we're going to gloss through rather quickly, I just want to thank Walter Wilborn for showing support. I appreciate you, Walter Wilborn, for being the first person to contribute to today's stream. Walter Wilborn stated, keep up the good work. I definitely will, and I appreciate your support as always, and for always coming through, Walter. I deeply, deeply appreciate the support you show me on this channel. And if you haven't already, while the sirens are going and blasting like they always are around here, please hit the like button. If you haven't already, that's extremely
subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. Like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc
so now,
News.
Let's get into
that's right, Shabaki.
Some of the new court filings that have came out. Right.
All right.
So Prince Harry is involved now. Prince Harry named in Diddy court filing, right? The court filings that came out. Prince Harry's name has appeared in court filings made in connection with music producer Rodney Jones' $30 million lawsuit against Sean P. Diddy Combs. Jones filed his lawsuit on February 26, making a number of accusations against Combs, including SEX misconduct, SEX grooming. Jones also has accused Combs of participating in SEX trafficking as well. So once again, in this lawsuit, he's accusing him of misconduct, grooming, and trafficking. If I remember correctly, which I'm pretty sure I do, this is also the same stuff that Cassie, his former girlfriend, was accusing Diddy of, right? Misconduct, grooming, trafficking, and R-ing people, right? If you read a little bit more, the article reads, Jones filing to the federal district court in New York lists in detail his allegations, with one section claiming that Combs' music industry associates financially benefited from facilitating his alleged unlawful behavior, gaining access to his powerful connections, including Prince Harry in the process. Now, if you were to read this article in full, and you can, it's a Newsweek article titled, Prince Harry named in Diddy court filing. It goes on to state that Prince Harry hasn't been accused of any wrongdoing. But as we read here, as we have read in that paragraph there, what's being alleged is that Diddy is connected to very powerful people like Prince Harry and the royals, right, in England and whatnot. And if you wanted to get in touch with folks like Prince Harry, if you wanted to get in touch with Diddy's political connects, like what we see here on the screen, then you had to help facilitate some of his unlawful activities. You had to do, as the saying goes, something a little strange for some change, right? If you wanted to be a part of that or get connected in that way. So once again, the article states that Prince Harry hasn't done anything. He was just kind of around, right? But in the same court filings surrounding Mr. Jones, the one who was suing Diddy, there were a lot of scathing allegations going towards the way of Cuba Gooding Jr., unfortunately for him. Sean Diddy Combs accused her as Cuba Gooding Jr. to SEX assault lawsuit. Let's read a little bit of this. A music producer who sued Sean Diddy Combs for SEX assault in February added actor Cuba Gooding Jr. to his complaint on Monday. Rodney Jones, known professionally as Lil Rod, accused Gooding of SEX harassing and assaulting him in the new version of the suit obtained by Fox News Digital. The surgical producer claimed Gooding began touching, groping, and fondling him during a party on a yacht rented by Combs in the U.S. Virgin Islands in January of 2023. So this is all very recent. According to Mr. Jones, he is extremely uncomfortable. According to Mr. Jones, he was extremely uncomfortable and proceeded to lean away from Mr. Gooding Jr. The court document stated he rejected his advances, and Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away. As the owner of the property, Mr. Combs had a duty to protect Mr. Jones from the harm he suffered at the hands of Cuba Gooding Jr. The lawsuit read, Mr. Combs breached his duty when he failed to stop Cuba Gooding Jr. from SEX assaulting Mr. Jones. Neither representatives for Mr. Jones nor Gooding responded to Fox News Digital's immediate request for comment. Gooding has been accused of SEX assault in the past. He was set to appear in court over accusations of R-ing a woman in January of 2023, in June of 2023. However, the actor reached a settlement with his unidentified accuser shortly before selection was set to begin, Fox News Digital confirmed at the time. So before jury selection even started, Cuba said, listen, you know what, let me just break you off, with a little bit of bread that you're looking for. You want some money? Let me give you some money. We're not taking this to court because I don't have time for this. But now he's finding himself once again involved in this kind of foolishness. And I feel like Cuba Gooding Jr. has been involved in this type of stuff. We've been hearing his name swirl around this type of stuff for quite some time now. This has been happening to him on and off for quite some time, for the past couple years, for the past, I want to say maybe 2 or 3 years. It's unfortunate because he is really a talent as it pertains to him being an actor. But it seems his conduct off screen gets him in a lot of trouble. Allegedly, that is. And this situation that we see here is him associated with Diddy, where apparently, I guess he was on the boat doing a bunch of things that he shouldn't have been doing, allegedly. But here's another thing that some people shouldn't be doing, right? What you shouldn't be doing is kissing on the cheek children that are not yours, right? You shouldn't be calling children that are not yours your children and kind of grooming them into saying that their last name is your last name. And that's what we're going to see here in this video here. Now, some of you may be aware of this. Some of you may not be. Pull this up very quickly. And I did make sure to blur her face out and to blur her actual name out. But this is a video that has resurfaced of Diddy. And I believe this wasn't.
Before we get to this part, happy C-Day to Lady Che. Today is officially her C-Day, her birthday. So we said happy 44th to Lady Che. She wasn't able to join us tonight, but yeah, I'm gonna let the video continue.
2020 that this occurred, where he's on his Instagram live, I believe it was, and it was someone's birthday party in his family, and there was this young girl there that you can see with him. And it's just weird. I'll just say that it's weird. Her name, and this isn't her real name, but you know, at the time, you know, she was kind of being coached into saying her name was Ava Combs. Once again, Diddy has never officially adopted her. He has all the finances and resources to do so. So if this was a real situation, you know, where you adopted her, I don't know why he wouldn't do that. But he didn't. Instead, he was coached this young girl into saying that your last name is Combs, you know, and you're my adopted daughter, when he never was. She had real parents, right? This video here, well, you know what? Let me just stop talking. Let me play it. I'm just going to play it. I'm going to let it run. It's a little under 2 minutes. And I'll just let you guys, you know, see this for yourself. And once again, I blurred out her face intentionally. And she does give her real name. For some reason, Diddy is very adamant about her giving her real name out in this video. I don't know why. I blurred out when she said her actual last name as well.
My name's Ava. I'm a Scorpio.
No. What's your last name?
Ava Combs.
What's your other last name?
Ava
Combs. Yes, it's breaking news. Diddy adopted a white child. I want you to tell them the story about how I adopted you. But you still have beautiful parents but you're my child also. Please tell the story.
So, I was on the streets, and then Papa Combs decided that he would like to be a caring man.
Mind you, once again, she has real parents, right? He never adopted her. She's not adopted. But I don't know. He's Papa Combs. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
And then Papa Combs decided that he
one
would
behind her.
be a caring man.
That's her
So then
adopted son.
saw me
See Jones' son.
and decided to pick me up. And said to come inside and play with his kids.
That's like a little bit like borderline suspect. I don't want nobody.
See, here's the thing. He's going to get into why it's a little borderline suspect, so give some more information. He's telling on himself, in my opinion. I assume, right? I don't know this to be a fact, you know, but in my speculation, he's telling on himself. He's going to start telling on himself concerning how funny style the story was that you just gave. And I say he's telling on himself because, you know, why would you be thinking about all that? Why would you be thinking about, you just told her to give the story. She gave the story. And now you kind of seem a little nervous. And you say, hey, yo, it sounds a little funny style. You know, people are on the internet, you know, why don't you tell them this, that, and the third? And it's very reminiscent to me of when Gayle King interviewed R. Kelly. I wish I still had that like sound clip. Like, is this camera on me? But when she interviewed R. Kelly, and how many of you all remember this? Let me know in the live chat, because I know I'm going to kind of butcher this a little bit. Remember, Gayle King asked R. Kelly some basic question concerning the women that he was dealing with. And remember, R. Kelly went off and he was like, it's not like I'm locking these girls in the basement and I'm not letting them go to McDonald's. I just let one of them go get some shoes and she came back. I don't got them in chains in the basement where I'm holding them hostage. And it was just like, bro, nobody asked you all that. Nobody asked you that. Nobody asked you all that, right? And he's kind of doing something very similar here to the degree, if you ask me, to that same degree. So let's run it.
Play with the kids.
That's like a little bit like borderline suspect. I don't want nobody. We want to get it clear. I adopted you like Madonna adopted kids, and everybody else adopted kids. Charlize Theron, everybody's ever adopted Sandra Bullock. I adopted you because I felt that you could, you know, enjoy also having a black.
You adopted her because you knew that them goddamn adoption agencies wasn't gonna check up on her after 6 months, and you could turn her into a house servant and do whatever the fuck you wanted to her and get away with it. Like Sharon Darson, she changed the whole gender of the two boys she adopted, and so changed them from boys to girls. Like, these people are really sick. So yeah, I agree with TD. He is telling on himself in this clip.
And then not to
He bringing them up.
Yeah, and then also
Go ahead,
parents is that you know, that a lot of children are being adopted from Africa by these white folks, and we're gonna do a story on that. You know, after we do more in-depth research in the future about the black children being adopted from Africa, being brought over and being abused sexually, mentally, physically. You see what I mean? Because when I was in Montana, I saw this black girl with this white couple. I could tell that the black girl was from Africa. And the thing that went through my mind, I says, you know, may the positive forces watch over that little baby. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I had a similar situation in Denver about 5-6 years ago.
Right. And you know, and only Lord knows what's happening to these children. But one brother had came out and said, "Can you hear me, Brother Jay?"
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, Shabaki.
Okay. All right. Yes, because I'd just like to know, you know, that's what's going on with these children, you know, being adopted from Africa, being over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so I got about 5 to 8 more minutes of this video to play.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Parents to take care of you and help you out. So just clarify, because it's crazy out here online. So play with the kids, and I got permission from your mother. Say all of that. Just make it, it's crazy out here.
Well, I met Jesse and Delilah when I was 6 months old.
6 months.
And then we basically are sisters, all 4 of us. So.
6
And
months.
then I always come over.
Yes. And it's Ava Combs. Let's go.
Now, here was interesting about all this, right? What's interesting about it, because there are other people online that have done deep dives into who she is and whatnot. And there's not that much information on her, right? Concerning who she actually is. Now, once again, she was never adopted by Diddy. That's not true. You know, she's never been adopted by them. And what's interesting, but from those who I've seen who have done deep dives into this, and I'm not interested in doing a deep dive into this only because, like, I'm not interested in like having, you know, nonstop photos of like people's children popping up on my screen, right? I'm just not into that. But she was around and then she wasn't, right? When you go on the social media pages of his children, right, the twin daughters and whatnot, who I believe she was speaking of, when you go on their Instagram pages and social media pages now, there is no record of this girl ever being around, right? She's been wiped clean from the social media pages of Diddy, his daughters, and family, all his like immediate family members. But there are photos of her when she was around this age and a little bit younger that do exist online with the kids. There are quite a handful of photos of her with the kids. There are a handful of photos of her with, I believe, what's the woman's name who passed away? That was Diddy's, the mother of his children, Kim, right? So you're looking at this and you're saying to yourself, all right, so this is some girl apparently that you adopted unofficially, and up until 2020, she was your daughter. But over the last 2 years, she has since just disappeared. Because essentially that's what's happened. She's just disappeared. She's not around anymore. This is your daughter. Her name is Ava Combs, which that isn't her name. Like I said, there are old photos that you can find if you search online of this girl with Diddy and with his daughters at this age in 2020 and when they were a little bit younger. But now since then, they've wiped their social media accounts clean of that girl, right? Wiped it clean. And there's just no mention of her. There's no nothing of her. But once again, this is your adopted daughter. How does that work? How does that work? How does that work that you were once my fake adopted daughter and now everyone in my family has wiped your existence clean from our socials? I don't know, man. It's just weird stuff going on. like You Are Special to Me said, the math isn't mathing. It's not. The math isn't mathing. It's just the math is weirding and getting more and more weirder as time goes on. Shout out to John Gullery. John Gullery said, Diddy is a disgrace. Salute to you. I appreciate you, John Gullery, for 10 months. For 10 months of service to this channel as a channel member. Thank you very much. But yeah, and like I said, I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole of just finding out more about her. I've watched other people's live streams who have done that, you know, but I'm just not in the business of finding a bunch of photos of children who aren't mine and children that I'm not related to and like posting them and showing them here on my YouTube channel, especially in the midst of everything that's going on right now with this man. That's why I even made it a point to blur this out. That's why I made it a point to blur her face out. I mean, because you can find the actual video up on YouTube with her face not blurred out. Plenty of people have done live streams, you know, since yesterday showing the actual video. But me, as of me, yeah, no, I'm not into all that. I'm not into all that. But in closing, this is a young woman who has since disappeared, right? She's since disappeared. And I'm not saying anything malicious is involved because I don't know. Nobody knows. But, you know, as stated earlier, the math isn't mathing. She was once your adopted fake daughter, who you've coached into saying that her last name is Combs, even though it wasn't. And then all of a sudden, everybody in your family has wiped her clean off their social media accounts. And no one knows what has happened to her. No one knows where she went. She's just gone as if she never existed. Weird if you ask me. Weird stuff if you ask me. And I think I'll leave it there. So with all that, I want to thank you all for joining me today. There are 5.
Like and subscribe.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on that so far?
Okay, my thoughts on
Yes.
that. I appreciate this content creator, this brother right here. I think he's real cool. I like his presentation. Okay, but I'm not going to pass
family and
judgment. I'm not going to pass judgment on Mr. Combs until all the facts come out. Now, another thing that we have to keep in mind, Black family out there, okay.
She might be, Deidre. She might be.
Sister, she just might be. Okay, but I'm not passing judgment, ma'am, on Mr. Combs. Okay. Now, that's a good question. Why hasn't she been reported missing? Okay. So, did he take her back to her family? Or did her family get custody of her again and decided not to put her out there, you know, in this public light until the situation with Mr. Combs is resolved? Now, the thing is, too, Black family, you have to understand something. If anyone is really concerned, request a welfare check. There you go. Yes, ma'am, Miss Deidre. You're absolutely correct. Now, also, too, is that P. Diddy, okay, he's a shot caller in the industry. P. Diddy probably has attained a pinnacle that no other Black man has attained before. And I can see that they would do shit to smear him. But however, when you get off into that type of money, your mind does have a tendency to go off to the bizarre because your thirst is quenched. He's had all the whores, he's had all the porn. I don't know what he does in his personal life as far as him using any substances or anything like that. But
he loves to get drunk. He loves to get drunk and pop pills.
He had that, yeah. He also had that Ciroc alcohol beverage.
Well, that's the thing, Shabaka. So he's suing Ciroc, and that's what the white media is not telling the public. He's suing Ciroc, and this is their response to him suing them. So Ciroc got that much clout.
Yeah. Okay, so, you know, the man has got Lear jets. I mean, every time I go down here by the airport, man, half the airport, man, has got private jets right there. You know what I'm saying? And you always see them lifting off, you know, going to all different points all over the world. And this is Sin City. You see what I mean? And I hope Mr. Combs isn't like that. I hope if Mr. Combs is like that, if he would reach down into his self, his inner self, and says, hey, why don't I just start moving and shaking for the Black community? Because
well, he's gonna tell on everybody, and that's what Professor Black Truth is supposed to get into.
Okay,
is Diddy really the Epstein of Rap?
Hello, soldiers. I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. You know, a little birdie told me that Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Diddy D, whatever the hell he's calling himself this week, he had some guests over recently, except they were uninvited guests who showed up with guns, and they weren't there just to say hi. They were there to see if they could dig up some dirt on him. So the feds raided P. Diddy's place, and of course you had all of this hysteria and people having rumors flying left, right, and center. Was Puff Daddy arrested? Oh, you can tell that that's something the white media wanted out there. Puff Daddy getting arrested. Of course, he wasn't arrested, and yet the white media couldn't get enough of putting that out there. That was a headline that would make them get absolutely giddy. Oh, yes, they got another nigger caught up in the dragnet. Now, before I go any farther, because I know that there's some people who are thinking this, I cannot believe that I'm going to be in the position of saying, hold your horses on P. Diddy of all people. This isn't about him. But the reason I'm talking about him for this morning's briefing is the white media is going out of their way to put all these extras on it. Puff Daddy and all of his various sordid dealings over the decades are already putrid enough. You don't need to exaggerate, and you don't need to make any unwarranted comparisons. And yet the white media is doing exactly that because this is something they've been trying to do. Oh, you've had way too many white men who have had their names attached to legitimate sexual scandal after sexual scandal, rape after rape, from Roman Polanski to Harvey Weinstein to Danny Masterson. So as far as the white media is concerned, they are way overdue to have some Black person, especially a Black man, who they can go ahead and say, see, this is the real face of sexual assault. Don't pay any attention to those other guys over there. I cannot believe I'm going to be in the position of saying, hold your horses for P. Diddy of all people. Not that he deserves our support. He doesn't. But the white media is going out of its way to put all these extras on it, and I think I got to call a flag on the play. They're doing the usual steady drumbeat, and it's not because it's been a slow news cycle recently or anything. They're making all kinds of hay out of this, and there's been no charges or anything else. As I'm sure all of you know, I really don't care about celebrity anything. And to me, the stuff about P. Diddy smells more like gossip than anything else, even though a lot of this stuff, I think we can all agree, is probably a little bit more than gossip. But it doesn't deserve the attention that it's getting. As if all of these pasty white reporters and all of these little commentators, as if apparently now they're just the biggest rap music fans out there. Apparently these people just love rap music and know about it. No, they're using this because he's a high-profile black person and it suits their narrative. White media is busy making sure that they put the right spin on it. They're talking about him already as guilty. Whereas with white suspects who were accused, we hear the white media saying, well, these are still only accusations at this point. They make sure to tell everyone it doesn't matter how scurrilous the accusations are or even how damning the evidence. You have to reserve judgment until after trial. You can't rush to judgment. We gotta let all the facts come out. Why? These cases are very difficult indeed. You haven't heard that at all about Puff Daddy now, have you?
No.
You haven't heard any of them saying, oh, well, these charges without some real evidence, these cases are hard to, you never know how, no, they never do that. Talking about a black person is a fait accompli. And this is indeed about race. Because if this was a white celebrity of any ilk that we were talking about, then the white media would be saying everybody's got to reserve their judgment until after trial, by which time the white media has long since moved on to the next black man who's been accused of something. Or as in the case of Cosby and OJ, they don't look ahead to the next black man. They look back at the last black men who were accused of something. Got to make sure you remind people, keep that steady drumbeat up. You have the Miami Herald going heavy to make false comparisons between P. Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein. That's what they're doing. As the Miami Herald wrote, is Combs another South Florida grown Jeffrey Epstein? Well, first of all, Puff Daddy's from New York. He's not from Florida. I don't know how much time he might have spent there, but look what they did there. Sean Combs is not from Florida. He's from New York. Now, sure, he may have gone there like a lot of New Yorkers do, like Donald Trump. A lot of New Yorkers, especially those who are more affluent, they go on down to Florida, someplace where they ain't got to worry about snow. And that being the case, sure, you can go ahead and say that, but they're talking about this guy as if, oh, I mean, he was born and bred in Florida. Obviously, the sensationalists over at the Miami Herald know about as much about proportion as they do about geography. But this is what they're saying. Jeffrey Epstein was protected by the federal government. The feds, when they found out he got arrested, they said, hands off. And nobody was asking any questions about all the powerful white men who Jeffrey Epstein hung out with at his island. After he died, they said, case closed. And no, we're not asking any questions about the rest of these powerful, rich white men that he was hanging out with on Lolita Island. So please don't ask. Even Prince Andrew wound up in hot water over it. And there's been new accusations against him just this year. But apparently a member of the royal family isn't as juicy enough a target for the white media. They prefer dark meat. What made Jeffrey Epstein so reprehensible was not merely that he was violating children, but that he had an island specifically for that purpose, and then he invited everyone from princes to presidents to come hang out there and do God knows what. The white media knew all about it, but didn't say a word. He bumped elbows with everyone from Clinton to Trump. Oh, he was treated as just this really naughty socialite. Oh, the kind of naughty dealings that these rich white men get up to behind closed doors. Oh, isn't it just such a scandal? That's how the white media was treating this guy. Just like with Harvey Weinstein, as our good friend Agent Duvernay pointed out, heard all the stories, still didn't care. They've never given that kind of latitude to Puff Daddy ever. Oh, they called him the bad boy of rap music for a lot of reasons, but it wasn't cute. That wasn't just a cute little nickname. They're saying, gun charges, criminality, you know how those niggers are. Yeah, that's what they were doing. But part of the Miami Herald's attempts to try to make some sort of comparison between Puff Daddy and Jeffrey Epstein is they said that Epstein owned a private island, and so does Diddy. You know, if you're trying to look for celebrities or famous people who have a connection with Epstein just based on a private island, Bill Gates also has a private island, a couple of them. And he also has a private jet, and he palled around with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, to the best of my knowledge, P. Diddy never got on the Lolita Express, and he never hung out with Jeffrey Epstein either. If he did, you can bet the Miami Herald would have had that as the headline. They would have been mentioning that a bunch of times. That's what they would have done if they had a direct connection. So instead, it's death by innuendo. You have white media outlets and even foreign media outlets saying that Diddy is the Epstein of rap. Now, when I see this kind of piling on, I got to say, hey, now you're doing a little bit too much. The Miami Herald made sure to repeatedly use the phrase powerful man in the story. They put the word power in there every chance they got. He's a powerful man, powerful over these little starlets and wannabe actresses and artists. The article in question is really short, and yet they managed to shoehorn the word power into it no less than 5 times. Now, you know who that reminds me of? Kamau Bell. He used the same phrase to justify his smear piece against Bill Cosby. This is about looking at powerful men. Except he chose a man who's not powerful, merely famous. Bill Cosby didn't coerce, threaten, or menace anyone. He had groupies and allegedly engaged in some hanky-panky with them, but nobody had their person or their careers threatened by him. You have not seen or heard of anyone who says that Bill Cosby wrecked their career or their career got held back because of Cosby. 1, he didn't do that to people, and 2, he didn't have the leverage or the power to. Even Cosby's accuser, the Kenny G lookalike, said that after the alleged sexual assault she claimed happened, that she admitted she came back to him and tried to get her parents tickets to his comedy show. Strange behavior for someone who was traumatized and terrified of Cosby. And again, this isn't about defending P. Diddy. His commitment to the black community is anything but committed. And when it comes to these black celebrities who hang out with these white elites, they tend to pick up some bad habits along the way. And I'm sure that he's not really that much different, but Diddy's being used as a proxy. And by name dropping Epstein, that's meant to tell everyone, yoo-hoo, over here, let's call this the trial of the century. I guess the white media figures Diddy doesn't have Johnny Cochran to bail him out this time. Danny Masterson was found guilty on 2 counts of rape, and he's a Scientologist. So with that particular double rape case, you got religion, sexual depravity, and celebrity all in one package with a nice little bow on top. And yet the white media is not obsessing over that. In fact, some of them have been low-key floating the idea that Masterson's convictions could get overturned. Perhaps there was a little bit too much made about it. Yeah, that's how they treat that. My point here is there's plenty of legitimate things that you could go after P. Diddy about that don't require them to put all these extras on it. It smells like what it is. It's the white media drooling like Pavlovian dogs as soon as they see a black man, especially a high-profile black man who's been accused of something as far as they're concerned. Well, hell, we can't just go with whatever the accusations may be. We got to put some extras on it. We got to make sure we sensationalize the hell out of this and make sure you put his picture everywhere. Now, all of a sudden, the same white media who could not mention this black person's name, now all of a sudden it's wall to wall. It's an attempt by the white media to continue their campaign of engraving into the public mind that black men are the face of sexual assault in America. And that when you spot one, you just call him the next Epstein and away we go. But you know what? I'm not going to be losing much sleep over whatever happens to P. Diddy any more than I lost a wink of sleep about Tiger Woods, O.J. Simpson, or the rest of them. These black celebrities just keep trying to indulge the delusion that somehow they've escaped blackness because they're rich and famous and they get invited to the nice little parties up in the hills so they can see these white producers along with these white prostitutes that hang around these places. And as far as they're concerned, they made it. They made it out of blackness. As far as they're concerned, they're on an island unto themselves. That's certainly how Puff Daddy saw himself. Well, if it was an island that he's on, if the white media has anything to say about it, they're going to make it an island that he shared with Jeffrey Epstein. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors.
That's all, folks.
Shiva Boone.
Yeah, that's it.
And like and support Frontline Blacc News. Nothing against you, Professor, or any of you other guys out there, man. But we're just putting it out there, folks, okay? Because a lot of content creators are putting their stuff up in our groups. They're putting up on our walls individually. You guys are not reciprocating. This is why I'm saying this here on the public airwaves right now. So you can feel free to unfriend me, is because what we're going to start doing is that we're going to just start blocking your shit, okay? Because we've been nice, we've asked you, and I keep looking on my fucking page. I'm getting tagged again and again and again and again and again and again and again, and nobody is sharing our content. We don't mind you sharing your content, but please reciprocate.
Right.
Yeah, it's called quid pro quo. And then as Sister Deetra was saying, this is an election year, so it's all about let's make a deal now. Yep.
Yep. I promoted the message. So what are your thoughts on Diddy?
Okay, my thoughts Mr. Combs, Brother Paris, is this until all the facts are in. And what I mean, and I do mean all the facts. And what I mean by that is, has Mr. Diddy been approached to do this inappropriate behavior? What are they hanging on Mr. Diddy's head? Or is Mr. Diddy, his mind went off into the bazaar? I can't see it because a man of his intellect, to come up there and build the empire that he did, that man is not stupid, okay? Is it also, too, that these other forces are trying to make deals with Mr. Diddy, and Mr. Diddy told them no, so they figured now, well, we'll get back at him and just smear him. That's a possibility, too. That shit goes on.
Suing the beverage company, Ciroc.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
This is backlash from that.
Okay. That holds a whole lot of water.
And now Clyde Davis is being
Whoa. Hold on a second. You talking about Clive Davis, the record producer?
Yep.
That motherfucker, man, has got to be damn near 100 years old now, man. He was doing his shit in the 60s.
Yep.
That motherfucker's got one foot in the grave and one foot on a banana peel.
Allegedly, he groomed Diddy.
Okay, Ms. Walker. Okay, so Clive Davis did groom P. Diddy. Okay, so now what we got here is a case of Hollywood politics, quid pro quo. And I know the goddamn city of Los Angeles. I lived the majority of my life in the raggedy motherfucker, and that's why I'm in a place called Sin City now. Now. Okay, Hollywood is sick, you know what I'm saying? And then, of course, Ms. Walker, a lot of black women have went out there, I hate to say, okay, and prostituted themselves for that. And excuse the expression, ma'am, a lot of them, get their auditions, ghetto gagging 5 white men at the same time. And I hate to put it in those terms, however, those are the facts. Weinstein, they brought his ass down because there was a whole lot of black women who did that too. Because they shoot all your porn and fuck flicks out there in the San Fernando Valley and up there in those the hills, in the Hollywood Hills, up there by the Hollywood sign. And then, of course, the further west you go from Hollywood, the more posh the places are, which is Bel Air. Let me see, Pacific Palisades, Encino, Woodland Hills, where the Jacksons last known to have reside, you see. And they're very, very secretive, and it's all gated up, and they do not give a good goddamn about the general public. And if you're ever out there, ma'am, in Hollywood, and you get approached, hey, play an extra in this part and like this right here, and I'm telling any and everybody, if you ever go there, and I know what I'm talking about because I grew up in a raggedy motherfucker, okay, don't ever do no motherfucking film work for free, okay? Because, hey, you want to be an extra, you want to do a welcome, hey, this could really build you up. Hey, you need a contract and you need a certified check attached to that contract. Fuck the exposure.
Right.
Get the goddamn money. Oh, and then also too, TMZ, CBS News, NBC. You're absolutely correct, and hence why I never went into the entertainment business, because of my own experience in San Francisco, California, when I was a teenager, and I refused to be a part of that. Oh man, San Francisco. Ooh, sister, I only go over to San Francisco when I absolutely have to, because one thing I would not do is disrespect you as a black woman saying that a man shoving ketchup up his ass is menstruating. No, that is bullshit. Now, people in the city of San Francisco, and I'm sure Sister Deidre could give us more information on it. If you go up there and you call one of them dudes a man, who calls himself a woman, you will do 90 days in the San Francisco County Jail. What do they hit you with? Hate crime. And by the way, that there's where your current vice president was the district attorney at when little Mario Woods got killed, and she didn't prosecute those murdering bastards.
Or Oscar Grant's killers.
Exactly, because
what was his name? Masafi. What was that pig's name that killed him?
The part of it, Merzalik was his name. Yeah, and they hid that son of a bitch just like they did Yanez. Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
Shout out to King Reno. He did a whole song naming all of those bastards.
Oh, yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? And then keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, here at Front Line Blacc News, I'm from the Bay Area.
She's from the Bay.
Oh, Panther Town. Oh, sister, that's where Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced started. Yeah, we started doing at the time of the 50th anniversary of the Black Panther Party. Okay, Panther Town, Oakland, know it very well. I know Oakland better than I know San Francisco. I only go to Frisco when it's absolutely necessary.
Right.
And then also, ladies and gentlemen, turning back the hands of time a little bit, and I'm sure Sister Deidre, if I'm saying your name correctly, I believe that's Deetria or Deetra. All right, is that when Osambo was the president, when they had all the police killings going on, he was sitting up there talking about a certain alternative lifestyle. And what they did is when the U.S. Supreme Court ruled same-sex marriage is okay in all 50 states, they put the rainbow colors on San Francisco City Hall. So what does that tell you, people? Okay, so what does that tell you? All right, next thing, Ms. Walker, it's going to be against the law for men to like women and women to like men.
Well, that's what our Sankofa brother Marais said before he left to Kenya. He said that exact same thing, and this is before the storm.
Okay, she's a Panther Club.
Mm-hmm.
She's a Panther Club.
I'm a Panther Club too.
Okay, and also too, sister, I have been over here, Deetria, if I'm saying it correctly.
Yeah.
Deetria.
She knows Pops. She knows Chairman Sekou.
Okay, Sister Deetria. Okay. And then also too, Sister Deetria, you can go up on my wall, Shabaka St. Corey, and pull up some old file footage that I did over there from the Infirmary Park of the 50th anniversary over there. And I was just around there and I was listening to the wind and hearing the stories of long ago, which is an ancient African proverb. Listen to the wind and hear the stories of long ago.
Yeah, next time we leave the Bay, Shabaka, we got to go to the Blue House.
Oh, okay, what do you mean you specify the blue? Oh, yeah, well, you told me that was on the news and I went over there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man, I know exactly where it is. I did a video from there. That's right across the street, man, of where they got Dr. Newton's statue at, off of Mandela Parkway and 9th, or Huey P. Newton Drive.
Yep, we have the video up on Front Line Blacc News.
Yeah, and then also, too, as you do know, recently the city of Oakland had named a small street after Tupac Shakur, which is over near Lake Merritt, which is right in front of the Oakland Public Library, because I used to go into that same library, in our earlier days and used to do research for our stories. And also, too, Sister Deetria, definitely make a profile on Blog Talk Radio and follow us on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhancement. The number to call in is 516-418-5996. We'll be quite sure that you'll enjoy the show. And also, too, you can fair copyright use to the Copyright Act. We got a list of haters, ma'am, that try to call in with all-inclusive shit. We crumb bum on them. We tell them about our African history. It's because, as you know, man, the Romans and the Greeks, they were in the little boys. But Her Majesty Queen Hatshepsut and Mansa Musa, they're of the heterosexual orientation. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we'd be more than happy to have you, ma'am. And definitely a shout out to our newest contributor, Shabaka's Black experience, and on Brother Thomas, who was out on the road, you know, got a lot of knowledge, and we're going to be making an appointment with him. And also, too, ladies and gentlemen, we need funding out here because Front Line Blacc News is supporting 3 platforms. We're doing Front Line Blacc News, which you're seeing right now. We're doing Shabaka's Black Experience, and we are doing the Revolutionary Agenda hosted by Lady K. So we're taking on the water, you know what I'm saying? And we got our noses still up above, you know, for air, but we need the community's help. And then also, too, any businesses out there that are Black owned, if you'd like to sponsor us, you know, definitely inbox Brother Paris right there. You know, he just put up his email right there, and we'll be more than happy to, you know, to mention what you're doing. You're welcome to come on the show to discuss your business and what have you. We've had celebrities, we've had scholars, also too, you know, we've you know, had all those out of the Black community come participate with us. Also too, we got haters, you know what I'm saying? So if anybody out there wants to debate with our haters, you're more than welcome to do so. And also too, is that no Black person is going to be disrespected on Shabaka's Black Experience enhanced by a white person. Now, we don't mind having civil conversations. The 3 things that white America is not going to tell us. One is, you're not going to tell us about that we sold our own selves into slavery, which is the biggest goddamn lie ever told, okay? It was divide and conquer techniques, similar to what the Europeans did here to the indigenous people here, the Americans, okay? Number 1. Number 2 is, you're not going to cuss out our staff. I understand the haters. Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Detria. Okay, yes, ma'am. So what we do is, man, when we have our haters come on there, they get disrespectful and what have you. Me and Brother Pass do not have a problem kicking them the fuck up out the studio.
No
we don't
problem.
like to. Or later. You say, and we're not going to be disrespectful. We don't mind having debates. We don't mind having intelligent conversation. It's because we have had intelligent. I'm working on a podcast, D-Wing Life. Well, ma'am, please mention us, and we'll be more than happy to mention you. D-Wing Life. Okay, shoot us your contact information for it. We could do joint podcast or what have you, man. You can come on there, be a guest host. You know what I'm saying? Please let us guest host. You say, because with this internet going on and stuff like that, there are fortunes out there.
Detria, she's a caseworker or a psychologist or social worker. She, if I'm not mistaken, she's in the field of mental health or.
Oh, okay, good, real good. And also too, ma'am, please definitely check out our hashtag Resurrection of the Mental Dead. Like and subscribe to our like page here, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Detria, okay.
Detria, okay, Detria, okay, Detria, okay, Mr. Detria. And then also too, ma'am, definitely, you know, hit our like page, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Definitely check out some of our groups that we have on Facebook, Resurrection of the Mental Dead, Pan-African Economics and Politics, Black men working on solutions. And then also too, we have another group up there that was started, you know, a few years ago, excuse the language, called Fuck Your Feelings, Make Me Laugh. So in that group right there, yeah, and in that group right there, that there's pretty much like a stress reliever because of what we go through. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we're under so much stress just being Black in America. We need something to relieve our stress. You see what I mean? And also, too, you know, our platform is open to other
Tonight on the podcast.
Okay. Yeah, Dr. Phil. Okay. So our podcast is open to other ethnicities. All we do is just ask that you be respectful and do not try to tell us about our history. We know our history. We've lived it. Okay. We research our stories. We go to Afrocentrics Oh, she's a psychotherapist and family preservation specialist. Oh man, we need you.
Right.
Yeah, you can get those, man. We need you most definitely. Okay.
So,
Yeah, we need
the tree our Facebook friends, Shabaka. So, offline we can get all that information.
Yes.
Get her on the show and everything. But yeah, we
Yes.
definitely appreciate you tapping in with us tonight, sister.
Okay, and what's Dr. Phil got going on?
So, I got a question on Diddy. So Diddy,
April. Yes, go ahead.
So Diddy, we need to treat the Diddy situation like they treat the Charlie Sheen situation.
Yeah,
First,
good point.
them.
Yeah.
The focus is on them. To hell with me too. It's first them.
Yeah, create the hashtag first them.
It's already been created. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
we redirect the focus onto them. They keep
Exactly.
trying to make it us the face of this sexual degenerate shit, deviant shit, and no, that's them. That's the cockazoid. That's their culture. That's
Exactly. And then keep in mind, now here's one for you, Brother Paris, and anybody else. That's exactly what my podcast is for its doing life. But I changed it to DEW, wing life, which means do expect work.
Yeah.
Okay. All
that
right,
makes
ma'am. Yeah, we'd be more than happy to work with you, ma'am. We really would. Absolutely, she says. Okay. Now, and Dr. Phil is up here. And
yeah,
I
so
did
Uncle Phil, so we're moving to the Big Apple or the Rotten Apple.
Right. Okay.
New
Now,
York.
Uncle Phil, just putting it out there, man. Please mention us sometimes, brother. We really do appreciate your work and the input, and you make a lot of sense, man. Let's grow black media. Just like the outlaws say there, out of the mill. Let's
Yeah, this
grow
is all
black
new black media. This is all new black media. Later
Yeah,
for the old dead black media. It's all about the new black media now. So,
Yes, sir. And then if I could see the formation of that, man, I think I could transition to the ancestors, man, with my head held high. To quote the Queen Mother,
you're already seeing it, Shabaka. We're living it right now. And that's the signal boosters of it. We're right there with it. So,
yes, sir.
Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on what's happening in New York City. The residents are outraged with Mayor Eric Adams, who I've been saying since day one, to recall his punk ass. Eric Adams handed out debit cards loaded with money from migrants.
$1,600.
Oh hell no! I wish I get $1,600 a month.
$1,600. Yes, sir. I learned that there today. $1,600.
Because it's something to do with their diet. Their dietary.
You're gonna love this part, Brother Paris. Okay. I got unconfirmed reports that it's due to the ethnic dishes that they want. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't that a bitch? So therefore,
they get special accommodations and they're not even freaking citizens.
Legally like a motherfucker. We built the goddamn country. You know what I'm saying? Okay, sister, we know how far back their sexual deviance.
Oh yes, to them caves.
Queen, black woman. Let me mention something to you on that one. Pull up one of our past episodes about that we did on the motion picture Mandingo. Okay, and the reason, and it does go all the way back to slavery. But what it is that the black woman is so dynamic and so central by nature. You see what I'm saying? The cockazoid, had passed over his woman, to violate the black woman, to degrade the black man even further. But white girl go say, oh, well, let me go get me and tell me that he better do it to her, or she gonna say that Meade raped her. You see, so the brother, damned if he do, damned if he don't. Now, another thing too, to quote the heavyweight champion in 1974, no, we are not brothers, because brothers don't go out there and hang brothers and cut off their property to put it in their mouth. Now, what hell was up with that there, black fam? And I mean, yeah, and I mean, like when we look at, you know, what happened with our brother Armand Berry down, Armand Arbery down there in Georgia, you know, they publicly, they're giving them $1,600 a month, but yet all of our food in the grocery stores is nothing but poison. Yes, ma'am, that is correct. That
nothing
is
but poison and very expensive now.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and then the cold part about it is, man, there's a food chain called they sell gourmet food. It's out there in Oakland. I'm looking right at their sign right now. Oh man, I forgot their name, but anyway, it'll come back to me. And you know, the gourmet food is real high. Whole Foods.
Yeah,
that's what it is. Whole Foods. Yeah. But then when you go into the Black communities, man, and look at these grocery stores, man, and look at this, you know, degenerated.
We don't even have a grocery store in my neighborhood. You have to go to the old airport.
Damn. Yeah, King Supers.
Yeah.
I'm
That's from the old airport.
Yeah, I'm familiar with King Supers. Yeah, and then the cold part about it is though, is when we sit up there and talking about doing for self, well, how come y'all are not embracing all inclusiveness? Because inclusion is an illusion.
Exactly.
Okay, and we, yes, sir. And we are sick and tired of you individuals out there trying to pimp us. And even Dr. King, may he rest in peace, realized his mistake before his transition. Integration ain't nothing but a burning house for us.
All right, so let's let Uncle Phil give us an update on what's happening in New York.
Oh,
and
yeah.
I heartily agree with everything you just said, Shabaka.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, remember one of your favorite mayors out of New York, Eric Adams. He decided that he wanted to give the migrants $1,000 a month. Many people in New York were saying, what in the world is he doing? We have people right here in New York City who is struggling. He said $1,000 a month, taxpayers. Well, Eric Adams didn't want to do that. He wanted to give it to people who never paid a tax in New York City or New York State. He wanted to give it to people who have not invested in generations in fashion. He wanted to give it to them, and many people were very upset with this. They couldn't believe this. They were outraged, and it don't belong to the city council of New York. It is your tax dollars. Well, after the outrage, he still is going to go along with that program. Just want you to know, but he just reduced it just a little bit. Let's roll this, and then we get more into detail.
Some migrant families will soon be given prepaid credit cards to buy food and baby supplies. The mayor's office says the city is partnering with
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical difficulties there with our Denver office. Okay, this is Shabaka St. Corey coming to you from Las Vegas. Okay, we're trying to put a clip up there about New York Mayor Eric Adams giving $1,600 in debit cards to migrants going into the cities.
All right, I got disconnected.
Okay. All right. No, it's probably from Epstein Island, you know what I mean?
children in short-term hotel stays. Your cards can only be used at bodegas, grocery stores, supermarkets, and convenience stores.
We're just giving this migrant population more free stuff at the expense of New York City taxpayers.
In a statement, the mayor's office says, in part, quote, not only will this provide families with the ability to purchase fresh food of their culturally relevant diets and the baby supplies of their choosing, but the pilot program is expected to save New York City more than $600,000 per month, or more than $7.2 million annually.
I'm not going to be thankful that a program that was bloated and inefficient is somehow cheap, just free money in the hopes that they feed themselves.
According to the New York Post, this pilot program will cost the city $53 million. The amount loaded on the card will depend on the family size.
I mean, look at all
They're
these
deflecting attention away from their incompetency
and they're not holding accountable the people that had prior contracts.
Paramandu is with artists, athletes, and activists. He says the Adams administration is setting up the migrants for failure.
Purchasing food at the supermarket is not cheap anymore. And on top of that, they don't have kitchens. So how are they going to purchase the food that they want?
Now, toward the end, when that gentleman said that Eric Adams and all these Democrat mayors are setting up the migrants for failure, he's 100% right, and we'll get to that. But let me go back into this because we want to get the full details here outside of what you have heard. Now, you know they're receiving the debit cards, and it was very, very controversial. They can receive up to $18,200 a year. It said they start distributing the cards, as you well know, to the first 10 new arrivals at the city's Roosevelt Hotel shelter on Monday. So 10 of them showed up. Here's money for you. And say the cards are preloaded with a week's worth of funds and will be rolled out to 115 families, equivalent to 450 people by the end of the week. Say Eric Adams is pressing ahead with a $53 million scheme, despite a furious backlash amid fears the cards are open to abuse, and they will be open to abuse. People will be taking people's cars. People will be buying all kind of illicit things with it. You better believe that. Now check this out. This is our friends, the Democrats, right? Black America, our friends. You got 53 million for migrants, but if we ask for reparations, we don't have no money for that. But we got 53 million for migrants. We have billions for them. You see, at this point in history, Black America, the Democrats are literally telling you now, F you.
Pretty much.
That's what they're doing at this point.
They just cut off.
They say the debit cards, they say, can only be used at supermarkets and bodegas, according to what the city is saying, which we know is going to be a lie. They say a family of four, they say with 2 children, receives $350 per week. They say depending on the children's ages. They say participants will also have to sign an affidavit swearing they're only going to use the cards for food or baby supplies at the risk of being removed from the program. They're not going to remove them from the program. Trust me, they're not.
No,
they say critics of Eric Adams, they say rival on the migrant crisis, talking about Greg Abbott and 50 Cent, question why migrants are receiving the cards ahead of struggling New Yorkers. Greg Abbott blasted the offensive scheme as insanity, which it is. They say, but supporters say it will help the city deal with the strain on its services caused by the surge in migrants in recent months. Well, you know, we knew the narrative at first was Greg Abbott shipping us all these migrants until we found out that Biden can fly in 30,000 of them per month and drop them off wherever he wants to drop them off at in the middle of the night. Yep. And then when they was trying to put in and ask, okay, what cities have you been dropping these people off at? Oh, we can't tell you that. It's security. We can't tell you. So just don't blame Greg Abbott. Biden has been flying them in here.
Yep.
They say in the last 2 years, 180,000 asylum seekers entered New York, with 65,000 still in shelters. But how many homeless New Yorkers is on the streets? As Adams insists that debit cards will save the city $600,000 a month or $7.2 million annually by allowing migrants to spend money that will go back into the local economy instead of the city spending funds on boxes of food. Now, the gentleman that you just saw, the Republican, you know, he even acknowledged it would be saving, but questioning the amount being spent on the migrants. You see, a lot of New Yorkers are going to take this as something that's fundamentally unfair. He said there are plenty of New Yorkers struggling to pay their bills, which is true. It's Adams' decision to award the contract for the debit cards to Mobility Capital Finance on an emergency basis without competitive bids from other companies has also raised eyebrows. Let me tell you about these politicians, ladies and gentlemen. These politicians are money laundering. They're not doing it in the sense of what criminal money laundering is. They know a loophole or workaround to money launder without going to jail for it. Because it's like people go to Congress. They go to Congress, the job only pays, what, $100,000 or so a year? Right. And by the time they come out of Congress, all of them are millionaires. How does that happen?
That part.
That's like you getting a job, be multi-million. No, they're money laundering through bills, or they know who to invest in, who to get shares in. Think about it. You're going to use certain companies and nobody else can bid on it. Why are you only giving it to them? What are you getting out of the deal? Because usually what cities do is to have competitive bidding to see who's going to give them the best service for the less cost. But you're giving it to, like, how are you actually benefiting out of that? That's what we got to look at with all these politicians, Democrat and Republican, don't matter what side of the aisle, politicians. They all money laundering. When they write these big bills and all this money going all over the place, like, where's all this money coming from? Yeah, they the only one got their pockets fat, but they get mad when you want a stimulus. Oh, we can't afford a stimulus, but yeah, you getting stimulus. Now, Eric Adams' administration was also criticized for entering a $434 million contract with DocGo, a medical services company whose work on the migrant crisis has been mired in controversy. Eric Adams also spent $570,000 of your taxpayer dollars on the contract so far, including $125,000 starting fee for the company, advanced funds for the cards, and $3 per card to create them. Wow. Now, a CEO, Wole Coaxon, which is a black man, insisted that digital coding on the cards, let's say, ensures that they only work in pre-approved stores with families also being asked to save receipts. He said his company has worked on universal basic income cards in other cities, including Los Angeles, Newark, New Jersey, where they are not abused. Once again, I'm not mad at the companies. We're talking about Eric Adams and what he's choosing to do. You say what we found, they say in each of the instances is that people spend the money on the intended purpose. Some people may do it, but a lot of people not. Now they say city can remove people from the program if they are found to be committing fraud. Officials intend to gather data on the first families to receive the cards before rolling out further, because it's going to go to more people. And I say New York's Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, Ann Williams Isom, it said defended the scheme, saying is not putting groups against each other. And there are other programs such as food stamps and cash assistance for native New Yorkers. It is putting groups against each other. You're taking from native New Yorkers and you're giving it to people for free. They're not even doing work in the city to earn that. Like, I can understand you say, you know what, we're going to pay y'all on these cards because you're doing work. They're not even working. They laid up while New Yorkers have to get their behinds up every day and go to work. So yes, you're pitting them against each other. What you're saying is the migrants are more important than New Yorkers. That's what you're saying. Yep. Black Americans been asked.
Johnson's saying the same thing here in Denver.
Asking y'all to help them forever in Harlem, the Bronx, Queens, etc. Right? Y'all haven't done nothing for Black Americans. Nothing. Y'all spending all this money. Why don't you spend that money getting rid of them rats?
Right.
That's what you need to be spending money on.
Right.
The rat problem. But no, you rather take money from something like that and give it to migrants. Now, let's go back to what the man said, that he set them up for failure. Listen, the scriptures teach a man has to work so he can eat. Why? Why would the scriptures say that? Because if you give a man free stuff, free food, free shelter, free cell phone, right? Everything is free. It doesn't incentivize him to get his lazy behind up and go to work, for one. And you're going to have a problem because when somebody becomes lazy like that, they get entitled. They demand you keep feeding them. They demand you keep the shelter. They demand you keep their phone on. They demand health care. They're going to demand everything like they're kings and queens. If they want to be kings and queens, go do that back in your homeland where you come from. Go do that over there.
Right.
But these Democrats have created a major problem in the cities. It's just not New York, Chicago, and other places like that. And then now Chicago, you want to start slowly putting them out. You created a problem. You shouldn't have put them in there in the first place. Once people get used to entitlement like that, especially coming from third world countries like that, you really gonna have a problem. You will see. And I said before, all these military age males that y'all let in this country, it wouldn't happen with me. I say, look, I'm more sympathetic to women and small children, but all these males, oh no, you can't come here. You got to go back to your homeland. You better go fight. You better go fight. You better go do whatever. But you can't come here.
Right.
We don't need a bunch of males here roaming around with nothing to do.
Right.
That's the one's going to be the problem. The women and the children, you know, I'm talking about small children. They're not going to be the issue. It's the males. And what we're seeing now, the males is the one out here committing crimes and doing all kind of things now because they're just roaming around with nothing to do. Now, when black men was roaming around with nothing to do, police roll up on black men. Hey, let me see your ID. What you doing? Stop and frisk, New York, right? I guarantee you they're not rolling up on them, asking them what they doing all day when people at work, they in the places and things like that. Now let's continue. Deputy Mayor says that she struggled to find out why people are being so negative when it comes to providing something so basic for families with children. This is what she said. Ma'am, sister, let me tell you why people are negative. Listen, it's okay you help somebody here and there, but y'all have made this a habit now. Okay?
Exactly.
You're not giving somebody something just to help them to get on their feet and then they're gonna do what they gotta do. No, you're literally taking care of them. And you're not taking care of New Yorkers. That's what that is. Now, if you look at what I put at the bottom about Eric Adams going rogue, the way the government is supposed to work, you know, this democracy that the Democrats always say we need to save because old Trump gonna get rid of democracy. Look like y'all got rid of democracy. Y'all not practicing democracy. New Yorkers said no, but hell no on those cards. If you was in a real democracy, you just say, hey, New Yorkers say no, I can't do it because that's what the people say, right? That's what the democracy. Politicians don't supposed to think on their own. Whatever district they're representing, or if they are mayor and they have the city, whatever they say goes. The people is the boss,
right?
Not the politician.
That's right.
But the politicians are rogue. Democrat and Republican, they're rogue. They're doing whatever they want to do. Yeah, get me in office and I'll do this and I'll do that. And then when they get up, they do whatever they want to do. All this hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars going to the migrants. But yet not a dime going to New York. You cutting city services for the migrants. So you could take money away from that and pay for that. And New Yorkers shouldn't say nothing about that. I don't know why they so upset. I don't get this. Well, you know what, ma'am? Why don't you take your money and you go help those people? Matter of fact, get a family out of shelter and put them in your house. Eric Adams, put them in your house.
That's right.
That's what y'all need to start doing. Put your house and your money where your mouth is. If you really care about migrants, let's see how many migrant families come live in your home. Y'all Democrats is not asking. None of the migrant families come live in your house. None of you are. You don't care because you're getting with these hotels, you're getting with these businesses, and you're getting kickbacks. We all know you're getting kickbacks somewhere. Somebody getting the kickback. That's why y'all doing it. It's a big bag being made with this migrant crisis, y'all. I'm telling you, you can't tell me Brandon Johnson not getting nothing out of the deal. Speaking of Brandon Johnson, they're asking Brandon Johnson, hey brother, where's that $300 million that you say you spent on the migrant crisis? He like he on around. He won't answer questions about the money. Why you not? Are you doing the same thing? You legally money laundering too? Why are you want to talk about the money? Y'all just start questioning this stuff. Notice none of these politicians want forensic auditors to come in and audit the books at the city level, the state level, or even the federal level, because forensic auditors will find every dime. They gonna find it. That's what they do. None of them politicians advocate for that. Hey, I want a forensic audit. I'm gonna bring a team of forensic auditors in here, and we're gonna find out where every dime has been going. Boy, be so many people be going to jail. They start doing that because they'll find out who giving kickbacks, who doing dirt, who taking money. Because trust me, Super Mayor Tiffany.
I think Monday. Oh Lord, that ratchet ass mayor there. I think Monday, Sister Deetra They're gonna have that up at City Council.
And also, too, Sister Dietrich, they're doing it in Los Angeles already.
Are they approved in LA already?
Yeah, man, they've been on approved it. They're gonna have migrants, with guns out there on the streets of Los Angeles. You see what I'm saying? And you know who they're gonna target first, right? Does the name Rodney? Yeah, don't the name Rodney King and Eula Love ring a couple of bells? And we're not even gonna mention O.J. Simpson.
Right.
I don't have no sympathy for O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
I'm not black. I'm O.J. I'm not black. I'm O.J.
Yeah, your black ass ended up going to prison for stealing your own stuff.
Exactly.
All right, so let me finish this up. He's almost done. About 4 minutes left.
All right.
Hilliard isn't the only one. Everybody focus on her because she loud with it, but she isn't the only mayor out here using city funds now. The rest of them just not loud and upfront with it like she is. The rest of them is doing it on the sneak. They taking money here and there and doing it, just taking a little bit so you're not paying attention. They're not taking big trips to Vegas and doing all the things this woman's been doing. Because you better believe Tiffany Hilliard isn't the only mayor that's taking money. She's not the only one. So please don't even label her like, oh, she's taking money. No, she's just the one that's just too loud with it, and everybody eyes on her, and she didn't do it, and she didn't do it the way the other mayors are doing it. You know what I'm saying? But the Democrats don't believe in democracy. So what do you mean save it or save democracy because of Trump?
Yeah, and that Sister Dietrich says right here, didn't the Democrats
Chicago say, hey, we don't want to be a sanctuary city no more. Let's put this on the ballot. Brandon Johnson, I'm gonna vote against that. So you stop the citizens of Chicago from voting, which is supposed to be our right in a so-called democracy to vote if we want a city, sanctuary or not, the people in Chicago, right? You're going to take away their democratic rights to say if they want their city to be sanctuary city or not because you getting paid from this migrant crisis. You believe that they getting paid from this, y'all?
Yeah, they is.
They getting paid, and nothing coming out of their pocket because they're using your money as taxpayers. And it's not like these people are working and improving the city or doing something. They say, man, yeah, we appreciate them here because they're doing X, Y, Z. No, they are literally like children that you have to take care of. On top of committing the crimes they're committing, the males and all that stuff that's going on in the city. But New Yorkers or people in Chicago, you better not open your mouth about the tax dollars. You better not ask where it went. You better not say, where's our money? You better not say any of that. And Black Americans, you sure better not ask for no reparations. You especially better not ask for reparations. And then Democrats expect Black Americans to come vote for them in November.
Any of these individuals that they want
Any Black American, they got a little respect for themselves. And I say just a tiny, because I know a lot of you don't have respect for yourself. I know you do. I know.
You're absolutely right.
Because you've been so brainwashed. But if you just got just a little bit of respect for yourself, there's no way you can go out and vote Democrat at this point.
No, I'm on
There's no way. Because you're literally being highly disrespected by the Democrat Party. They're taking resources away from you, the community that needed the most.
Right.
And giving it to people that just crossed the border, that stormed the border, a lot of them, broke our laws to get in here because we have a president who's rogue too, who's not following what the American people are saying to do. Right.
Exactly. And that's
we have a big mess in this country. That's why Biden got to go. He definitely got to go in November because he caused this mess. And if y'all sit up there and play a game and go vote that man back in, like I said, I don't want to hear it about no migrants no more.
Right.
Because that means you just truly mean that's what you wanted, you voted for. But shout out to all my brothers and sisters in New York. Shout out to y'all. I feel for y'all because this isn't right. Y'all didn't ask for any of this stuff to be happening
in New York.
And when it's time to go vote, for the next election for mayor, get Eric Adams out of there, but don't go replace him with another Democrat, because you're gonna have the exact same problem. Let me tell you something: the Democrat Party, it don't matter what face is representing them, they all think the same because they have to follow a party, and they don't not have to follow the people.
Yeah, he's right about that. And also too, Sister Deetria, ma'am, please put in a friend request to me and Brother Paris.
We're already friends, Shabaka. We're already friends. Or I'm already friends with the sister.
Okay, so Sister Deetria, I'm gonna put in a friend request to you, ma'am, if that's all right. And please type it in the chat to let me know it's all right. Okay. Hold on, let me see here. Okay. All right, I'm just briefly here going to Facebook. Okay.
All right, so what are your thoughts on that in New York with Eric Adams?
Okay, Eric Adams needs to be recalled, man. Straight out. He needs to be recalled, man. Okay, it's because, you know, these clowns, man, they're not serving our interests, man. You know what I'm saying? They really ain't. You know?
Olami Olaran.
Okay, I agree. He needs to be recalled immediately. Fuck Eric Adams. You bought off him out more than you talking about a year ago. Y'all come to New York. Come on in. We'll take you there. And now you talk about, no, we can't take no more, y'all. Y'all got to get the hell up out of here. You going and taking trips to Colombia, telling them come to New York now. Don't come there. Go find somewhere else to go. So y'all cause problems, Democrats, and then act like you got the solutions to them, and them days are over.
Yeah, exactly, because they ain't doing nothing but pimping us, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all what they do.
Eric Adams decided he gonna go on the Breakfast Club.
Mm-hmm.
He got interviewed and obliterated during the interview. So Dr. Rashay is gonna give us the update. Well, the sister that's a part of Dr. Rashay's program on the Young Turks is gonna give us the update on him getting obliterated during the interview, and the lawyer brings receipts.
Okay. Remember the name. Because they eviscerated Eric Adams on The Breakfast Club. I need to set the scene with the first clip.
Commit a crime and you're rearrested, that you bail can and will be set on you. So that's the first thing. Second of all, they have conducted multiple studies, but the Brennan Center literally just put out one. Less than 2% of anybody in New York City that's released on bail is rearrested for any violent crime. More importantly, in the same breath that you want to sensationalize, we want to highlight and point out, an officer was killed the other day, which is a rare occurrence across the United States, but let alone in New York. New York police officers have killed at least 7 people this year, including a 19-year-old. An NYPD officer killed a 19-year-old in Queens yesterday.
I'm not going to dismiss the loss of a life of an innocent person that wears a uniform.
But you do of the 31 people dead at Rikers and the 19-year-old killed yesterday.
I go visit those parents that lose their loved ones to violence.
Are you visiting the family of the? First of all, yes, I did. I held a Riker. I represented hundreds.
You went to visit the family members of a slain officer?
No, not the slain officer.
Okay, of course you did.
But what about the 19-year-old that was killed yesterday by NYPD in Queens when he called for help? Have you said anything about that? Are you visiting them?
But and so on and so. She goes for Olay. She goes by Olay for short, and she brings receipts. I don't even know she was looking at notes, just off the top of her head. Okay? I like to show up sometimes like that when I do a debate, because the candidates think, oh, this will be easy. She doesn't even have any notes. They're up here. I do. Okay?
With millions watching and many people benefiting from this program called Indisputable, we just need 1% of the viewers to become a paid member.
So anyway, New York-based attorney, activist, political commentator Olay has long been critical of New York Mayor Eric Adams. Was able to call him out to his face on a public platform like the Breakfast Club. The 19-year-old that Ole was referring to, Wynn Rosario, NYPD cops fatally shot the teen in mental distress who was wielding scissors inside his Queens home Wednesday after he called 911 on himself. His family now calling for justice over what they believe was a wrongful killing. But Ole wasn't done. Fear-mongering was also top of mind. So let's take a look at that.
There is a difference between perception and fact and how people feel about safety and the way people feel about the subways. And I think it's your own rhetoric about the subways that has a lot to do with why people feel scared, despite the fact that millions of people ride the subway every day without incident. But you've continued to fearmonger about crime in the subways. You've added 2,000 police officers, despite the fact that you've acknowledged that the subways are not that dangerous. And I think there is, you're right, poor New Yorkers should not be the ones who bear the brunt of this, but they will if they already have the subway being turned into a place that they have to fear, that there's a National Guard, that there's a hyper visibility of police, that they're trying to stop people with certain records from even using them, and now you have this congestion price. So how do you reconcile that?
Well, let's go before. First of all, I would love to give me the quotes on my rhetoric because I'm lost on that. Can you give me the quotes?
Oh, that you fearmonger about the subways?
Yeah, give me
you've consistently done that since the day one of your administration. One of the first things you did was add 1,000 officers to the subway because you claimed that the subways are unrideable. You and Hochul did this and said how dangerous it is, and you recently did that when you deployed the National Guard. If you are saying that New York is the safest city, it's one of the safest big cities in this country, which is true, and you're recognizing that the subway stations are in fact not half as dangerous as they're presented to be, I'm saying, how do you reconcile how your rhetoric has played into people's fear?
Okay.
About Mayor Adams, I'm not going to ask her any more follow-up questions. It's not in his best interest. Don't ask her any more follow-ups. Get in, get out. That's what I would have coached him to do. I wouldn't be working for him anyway, but somebody should have coached him. Don't ask her any more questions because she's going to keep going. How about stop and frisk?
The federal monitor, who is tasked with ensuring that NYPD is following the law, conducted an analysis. Conducted an analysis that happened 8 years ago, but they're still here monitoring what you're doing. And they said that you have brought back stop and frisk policies that are worse than they saw even during the Bloomberg era. But more importantly, they analyzed the neighborhood safe. I can show you the report is available, and I know it's been available to you because your spokesperson has commented on it. They did an analysis of over 10 precincts, 10 different precincts. That is factual. There's a federal monitor reporting to Judge
Eric Adams, you're full of shit.
They said that, yes, listen, let me finish so you can peel it back. They conducted an analysis of 10 different precincts, and of the stops of 10 different precincts, they found that 97% of them, by the way, of the neighborhood safety teams that were disbanded in 2020 because of their disproportionate abuse against Black and Hispanic people that you revived, they analyzed 10 of those different neighborhood safety teams and found that they're conducting 97% of their stops on Black and brown people, and a quarter of them are unconstitutional. That's what the federal monitor said, not me.
That man later for that double speaking trick.
She's on a roll. And so I need to moonwalk back. The advice I would have then given the mayor, Eric Adams, is just compliment her. Tell her how great she is, how smart she is, and how he could really use her in his administration. I can assure you that's not going to work, but it might have at least put her flat-footed, not on her heels, flat-footed for just a beat so you could catch your breath. Just a beat. But he didn't do that. He was flustered. It sounds like she's the only one on the show. Where's Charlemagne? Where are these other people? They're apparently just eating Danishes, taking a coffee break because she's got it, including about a homeless encampment.
All I know is when I came in office and I stated that I wanted to I'm not allowing people to sleep in tents on our streets. They're going to get the care that they deserve. The far left attacked.
No, we attacked you because you made it so that people could be involuntarily committed.
Yes, listen, if I'm sitting down with you, brother, and I'm in a tent with you on encampment, and I'm seeing human waste in the corner, I'm seeing stale food, I'm seeing drug paraphernalia, and I'm hearing you talking about you only here until the spaceship comes to take you to your next planet. You need to be involuntarily committed.
Didn't I just say about sensationalized kinds of stories?
This is what I saw. This is what I saw. This is what I saw.
You were there? Because the activists that were
the
actually
city.
there at the encampments you had torn down, you weren't there, but they were there when they were being arrested. Just last year, we paid out $150 million in settling police misconduct from NYPD, and that was double the number. That's double the number in police misconduct since you became mayor.
Damn.
I bet Mayor Adams wishes he could have gotten on a space ship or something that the Jetsons used to ride and get the hell out of that studio. I did see Charlemagne. I'll apologize now. He wasn't eating a Danish or coffee, but he was letting the sister have a go at it. And why interrupt when she's got it? No need for him to tap in. She's got it, including about the migrant crisis.
Other states are telling me, Eric, we will take the migrants and asylum seekers if they just allow them to work. We're not going to take them and just have them sit around every day. If they're allowed to work, we would take them.
I agree with you.
The national government.
She agrees with you.
I agree with you that migrants should be.
She agrees with a lot of stuff.
No, I trust you that I did not.
She's on that train.
I'm sitting here, Mayor Adams.
She's going to be dialing 911.
First of all, I ride the subway every day. I've worked as a public defender in this city and represented thousands of people. So please spare me. No, I'm not.
Do you think more police make people feel safe, especially black and brown people?
No, they don't.
No, black and brown people?
Yes, brother.
Oh my God. You got up and declared that we have this migrant crisis. And I thought it was interesting, your earlier point about the difference between how Ukrainian migrants are being received versus migrants, Black and Latino migrants, because again, you gave a town hall where you were the one who gave this speech and you incentivized New Yorkers to feel this way. You were the one who presented it to the city that you had to cut budgets across because of the migrant crisis, even though recently you decided that you all actually do have the money to handle the migrant issue. That just wasn't publicized as much. No, so this goes back to my original discussion.
Sister, you're an attorney, and I'm amazed. I think your art is, I'm just going to throw it out there and make people feel
Mayor
that
Adams,
way
before you say it, there's an entire council that knows you're lying.
See, what had happened was he forgot that you don't want to just keep going at it with a Black woman.
Well,
not one who has her ducks in a row and her bags packed. It's finished. It's not going to work out for you. You certainly don't want to talk about her to a Black man in the room while she's sitting right there. Abort. Because see, now you done made her mad. And I can say this because I'm a proud Black woman who is allowed to be angry. Now you done made her mad. You're calling out her integrity, her character. So she has to hit you with perhaps what is the best argument. Best for last, perhaps? What about the FBI raid on your office, Mayor?
I went to the southern border to understand the problem.
I remember you started that tour before you were going to go DC, and when you were going to go to DC to talk to Joe Biden about the migrant crisis, but you were stopped because the FBI had to take your phone.
Good Lord, you just make up stuff.
Did I make it up? That's recorded. The FBI didn't seize your phones. The FBI didn't seize your phones.
No,
they didn't investigate your top aides. That's not happening.
What did you to understand? I want you to understand the hypocrisy of people.
No, the hypocrisy is your black ass.
Law enforcement does something every day. It's bad. But when they do something against Eric Adams, oh, it's good. Come on.
I didn't say that it was good. I don't think it's good that our mayor is being investigated for illegal campaigns. I don't think that's good.
Even I know your phone was taken, Mayor, and they're looking into some folks about some things and money. Perhaps at the root of it. Jackson, did I have to play so many clips? Did I have to give so many embarrassing examples? Yes, because it's fun to do and it's enlightening. Do you, and I do want to hear what you have to say about all of it, including overall the mayor. But first I want you to answer this question. Do you believe Mayor Eric Adams was looking around hoping that the Sandman would get him out of there and yank him off the set?
He is defeated.
The Sandman made somebody. I mean, there's so much to say about this. First and foremost, overall, I don't think it was a very productive conversation, and it's mostly because of Eric Adams. And he, most importantly, people really don't like him. And so, just the way that Eric Adams has handled his administration and his term hasn't really been well liked. He's kind of a strange guy. He's not that personable, and he came into office right after the pandemic. So, the world in New York wasn't really all that privy necessarily to who he was, and he's a cop at the end of the day. Now I think that what's important to point out is that Olay was 100% correct in that issues like crime get blown out of proportion. Like they'll make it seem like, oh, it's just everyone's dealing with this, when in fact it could be an issue that's growing a little bit that does need to be addressed, but that doesn't make it more important than things like the price of rent, how much people are getting in wages, how much access people have to different types of programs or benefits. That's going to be more important than the fear-mongering aspect. Now, on the other end, I think that one thing that the progressive community, and I'm not really speaking about Olay because this whole clip really was just her just eviscerating Eric Adams. But one of my critiques on the progressive community is like, what we'll do a lot of the time is we'll be like, oh, in fact, crime is not a problem at all. Although it is a problem and it does matter. But the issue is when you use it to fearmonger and make it like this is the biggest issue that we're facing, and it isn't. You know, so how are we going to tackle homelessness? How are we going to tackle crime? How can we stop recidivism? That's how we have the productive conversation. Yeah. But overall, Eric Adams is just not a good mayor, and I don't think he probably won't get a second term. But he just sucks at his job at the end of the day. And she tore his head off because he sucks at his job.
She did. And you make important points here. First of all, he never had a mandate because look at it. Okay. De Blasio's leaving and about 18 people. Okay. Maybe half a dozen. Maybe it was 10. I don't remember. Tons of people started running. And then it's like, you know, he got maybe 50 votes and he won. Again, it's an exaggeration. But you understand when there's 6 people running, there's no mandate. This guy's it, the former cop who says he was beaten within an inch of his life. And so he gets it and he understands and he'll hold law enforcement accountable. Yeah, right. Jackson's right when he talks about proportions and fear mongering. I want to hit you with this though. This Black mayor is also facing, I suspect, what a lot of Black mayors face. They have to be, quote, outwardly tough on crime because big business in cities here in Atlanta, Buckhead, let's say, demands it. And here comes Cop City because of it. Cities will not attract business. Business will not back politicians, Black ones, unless they do their bidding on crime. They want to feel safe, even if it's just window dressing. You will do this, but you won't stay in power. Adams may be out anyway, Jackson, but do you think that he's perhaps facing some of that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think at the end of the day, the factions that got him in there or, you know, just law enforcement in general. So he's just being himself. He's just answering to the people who support him, which unfortunately really is not the majority and it's not the public. But yeah, no, I think he's just answering to people he needs to answer to, like you said.
I don't know that he'll be visiting the Breakfast Club again.
Probably not.
When Olay's there. Probably feels a little set up by Charlemagne.
That was rough. That was rough. It was like, oh.
But hey, Charlemagne gave plenty of room for him to defend himself if he could. I understand we edited the clips, but this, hey, sister,
he's always like that.
It's just not. Yeah. Stop calling me sister, by the way. So.
Right.
I guess she told him, right?
Yeah, she did. That's just to give him that work.
Yeah, see, and you know she just blew out the water right there, right?
That he lost.
That inclusion, what is it? That DEI. She just blew that out the water with that statement. And she showed the hypocrisy of that statement when she blew his ass up out the water.
Yeah.
Actually, that was beautiful, man. That couldn't have been no better piece than a 2-piece by Muhammad Ali with the left right.
Right. Yeah. So I forgot a topic, and I had told the sister that we were going to discuss it when I had invited her to come on to watch. And that is this legal immigrant that was making all this money on TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
And then he went on the run, and they finally caught his ass. So
Okay.
Uncle Phil is gonna give us the update on that. Venezuelan migrant Lorenzo Moreno says he didn't come to the U.S. to work. Florida ends squatters' rights.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen, we got to give an update to a story that we covered maybe a few days ago of a Venezuelan migrant that was telling his people how to squat homes and evade the law so they can just take people's houses.
Mi gente, he pensado invadir
Oh yeah, I saw
una
this idiot.
casa en United States. Ya me que existe que si una casa no está habitada, podemos expropiarla. Capichi, muchachos, aquí en United States también se aplica la de invasión de terreno. Y creo que ese será mi próximo negocio. Invadir casas abandonadas, ya que me he buscado unos códigos con mis amigos africanos y me dijeron que ya llevan como 7 casas expropiadas. Y como dice el dicho, papi, hay que buscar la vuelta. Y la vuelta ahorita mismo es invadir casas, ya que nos encontramos en situación de calle y es la única manera que tenemos para no vivir en la calle y no ser una carga pública. Capichi, la ley dice que las casas abandonadas, deterioradas y que esté en mal estado, podemos llegar y repararlas, vivir en ella y si podemos venderla, hasta pedir créditos con ella. ¿Qué dicen ustedes?
Well, this guy, now they have a name for him. His name is Leonel Moreno. And say that's the name he had went on by TikTok. He was encouraging others to invade, the U.S. and squat in the homes of citizens. And say he skipped out on ICE authorities soon after crossing the southern border into Texas illegally in 2022. Now, he's a Venezuelan national that was originally enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program and was cut loose on parole due to a lack of space in the detention facility. So that's what they talk about, catch and release. So that guy that made that video, he was catch and release. That's exactly what, a lot of people like Trump was talking about. They get these people in the country illegally and he's let them go into the interior of the country. They continue to say that he was responding quickly, as a absconder, from the program, when he failed to show up for a later court date, internal immigration and customs enforcement records show. He said, and I quote, we're talking about the Venezuelan illegal migrant. He said, I didn't cross the Rio Grande to work like a slave. Moreno said in one of the 5 Instagram clips. He said, I came to the U.S. to mark my territory, as he waved a stack of $100 bills in front of the camera and say the fugitive migrant claims to have enough money to support himself, his wife, and baby for at least 18 months without having to work. He says, and I quote, you're hurt because I make more than you without much work while you work like slaves. Understand? He continued to say, that's the difference between you and me. I'm always going to make lots of money without much work. And you're always going to be exploited and miserable and insignificant. So this migrant come to the United States illegally since 2022, throwing it in Americans' face that he ain't got to work because he's papered up. Not because of TikTok. He do have TikTok, at least he lost his TikTok page when we get to that. But this guy is being supported so much by our government that he's telling you, I'm not working. You can work like a slave you won't, but I'm not. Do you? Why I live off of you? He said that you're always talking about the American people. You. He said you're always going to be exploited. So the American people are going to be exploited. The American people are going to be miserable, and the American people are going to be insignificant. This is the people that Joe Biden has led into this country. Now, they say he later shrugged off his TikTok ban, insisting, he said, yes, they closed my TikTok account, but I keep earning on Facebook and on Instagram. He said, I won't earn the same, but I'm going to get my TikTok account back. He said, I'm going to keep earning money. He said, prior to the shutdown, Moreno had boasted roughly 500,000 TikTok followers. He said his Instagram, he said, was still active as of Thursday, and it had 17,500 followers. Now, I say the internal ICE records, immigration officials noted that Moreno has been on the national news for being viral on TikTok, encouraging illegal immigration. They say the firebrand influencer who frequently boasts of his earnings from begging for cash and obtaining food stamps. He said he's also taken to informing other migrants how they can seize homes under squatters' rights. He said while local immigration authorities say they are unaware of Moreno's current location, he appears to be hiding in plain sight, having posted a video in front of the local police car in Gahanna, Ohio. They say a John Ferbatori, they say a former ICE field office director for the agency, has said that the migrants who abscond from the alternatives to detention program are likely not to be tracked down by the feds. They say and will probably only come onto ICE radar again if they are arrested by local cops. So they release them into this program, into the interior United States, and then they don't show up for their court dates, and ICE isn't tracking them, but let you not file your taxes. Maybe the IRS should do ICE job and let ICE do the IRS job. Then maybe people like the ICE the IRS a little bit more, right? Because they sure go after American citizens. They don't file them income taxes. Now, they said, and they quote, the ICE alternatives to detention program, despite its multi-billion-dollar budget, is failing to meet necessary standards and has alarmingly high absconder rates. As ICE fails to track down absconders and instead just removes them from the program. So you're like, oh, I can't find him. Let me delete him. So he's in the country doing whatever he want to do. This guy is scamming and everything. Now, because of this guy, I actually want to thank this guy. Why I want to thank him? Because most Americans didn't even know these laws was on the books until he made that video. So actually shout out to him. Now, Florida is the first state that actually did the right thing in relation to these squatters. Let's roll that.
With rental homes, second homes, and so many others, Florida is no stranger to squatters. In fact, just this week, Martin County Sheriff made national headlines warning of a viral video teaching squatters how to squat and circumvent the laws.
Crime is a lot like cancer. It spreads, and if you see it somewhere else, let's be on guard. Let's get ahead of it.
When someone is illegally occupying a vacant property, current rules require what can be a lengthy civil court battle to remove them.
All right, so here we go.
Wednesday, Florida's governor signed a new law to streamline that removal process.
Providing very swift remedies, because what the squatters know is even when they're in the wrong, it's a massive process many times before they can be evicted. And a lot of times the process is very expensive.
Property owners will now be able to request law enforcement immediately remove a squatter if they entered illegally. They've been told to leave and haven't, and as long as they're not involved in a tenant-landlord legal dispute. The new law also increases penalties, a second-degree felony if squatters cause more than $1,000 in damage, and a first-degree felony for knowingly advertising a fake home sale or rent.
So definitely shout out to Florida. Definitely shout out to Florida for that.
Right.
Now, Texas, you know, hey, Greg Abbott and the Republicans in Texas, you need to go on and just copy and paste that law or add whatever you want to add to it to make it even, you know, Texas' own. But it's time to go ahead and handle that, sign that bill, because we can't be having this going on with people's homes. But if Lionel Moreno wouldn't have done this, then these actions wouldn't have happened. So shout out to him. But he's getting food stamps, as we stated earlier. Also, it's been reported him, his wife, and the child are getting $350 a week handed to them by the government, ran by Joe Biden. But when Black Americans say, hey, man, we need some reparations. Oh, no. We don't have no money for you. but this guy's getting food stamps. He don't pay no freaking IRS taxes, and he's getting food stamps. That's food stamps that's being taken away from the American people. There's a lot of homeless people that can use them food stamps all over America right now. All that money you give them to these migrants, what about our homeless population? They could use that so they could possibly get a shelter who are American citizens. Right. That's what I'm talking about. This is why Biden got to go, man. This is ridiculous. They're giving these people so much money that now this guy is throwing it in your face, saying you always would be exploited. You always would be miserable. He said he didn't come here to work. Oh, they just want to work. They want a better life. Yeah, they're getting a better life and they don't have to work. They're not stressed about nothing. They ain't stressed about a place to stay. They getting on TikTok. They're making money on Facebook. They just living it up while the American people are suffering. While they telling you they can't do nothing for you, especially Black Americans. We can't give you reparations, but this migrant, oh, he can get papered up all day long. That's what I'm saying. How can I go vote for the Democrats when that's what they're doing? That's they're doing, giving them all this money. They don't deserve to be just letting into the interior United States. No, but you came over here legally, you need to be put in jail. Like everybody else in this country is put in jail. This don't make a bit of sense, man. Like I don't like hearing my tax dollars going to that dude who has contempt for Americans. Contempt. It don't make sense. But in November, y'all better make it right. You better make it right. You can't put Biden in there. I'll say this every time Black folks talk about reparations or something for us, even the anti-Black hate crime bill, no, we can't do that. No, this is always a no. But with the migrants, oh, here you go, giving you money, all kind of money, and that's so upsetting. That's so upsetting. But we got to make it right in November, ladies and gentlemen. We got to make it right. We definitely want to, like I say, give you an update.
Goddamn couch,
for this story. And Florida did the right thing. Now every state in the union needs to file a suit, but let's just keep it real. Republican states probably going to be the one to do it. Democrat states, if you live in a Democrat state, you know, I can see them keeping them squatter laws. Definitely. And what's going to happen is all the migrants are going to say, oh, the squatter laws are legal there. Well, let me go ahead on and go to those states. So Texas, please pass get rid of squatter rights in the state. Please do that. Because we don't need that here.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora.
Them Democrats was cheering about on Twitter. Yeah. Okay, so Lisa has said that he had got arrested. The illegal immigrant that was doing this shit.
Okay.
Oh,
let him walk the concrete.
A lot of people online that was looking at his videos reported him to the authorities. I really do, you know, because you see the police said they are fully aware of these videos that he's been putting out and the things he was saying. So Moreno was originally released on parole due to a lack of space in detention facilities. This has previously meant migrants haven't been fully interviewed and vetted by authorities, which usually takes around 3 days before they're let into the U.S. Well, according to ICE, they said that the Biden administration reliance on alternatives to detention, which currently includes over 1 million people, is nothing short of a failure.
Diversity, equality.
So they had this guy in detention and they let him go.
First place, white corporate America.
ICE is blaming Biden's policy as the reason on why they had to let him go.
If you tell the beggars,
we have witnessed yet another individual who was allowed entry into the U.S. under the ATD program only to abscond and make TikTok videos explaining how to break the law. The question stands, how many thousands more are out there unaccounted for after fleeing this program? Moreno has been seen living in Columbus. His listed point of contact in the U.S. was the Catholic Charities in Miami, according to ICE documents. ICE in Miami mailed Moreno an immigration court date in November of 2022 after he never appeared in person, according to sources. You know what? I bet you the majority of them don't appear.
No.
I bet you the majority of them don't show up for those court dates.
They don't.
So anyway, now the ICE Alternatives to Detention program, despite its multi-billion-dollar budget, is failing to meet necessary standards and has alarmingly high absconders. So these people disappear and they're no longer able to track them. And Moreno is one of those folks.
Yep.
So when they can't track these people down, they just simply remove them from the program. This underscores a lack of accountability and allows illegal aliens to commit further crimes before ICE will make them a priority for detention and further removal. The Biden administration markets these policies as solutions, but in reality is merely a smokescreen. Okay. And they said it's a lot of failures in these programs that Biden has set up. And the failure starts at the border. Moreno has become a TikTok influencer, encouraging fellow Venezuelans to SWAT in homes of U.S. citizens and calling President Biden "mi papa." However, on Thursday, it appears his profile on the platform has been deleted. Although he continued to post on Instagram with a video of him flaunting $100 bills from a huge wad. Moreno also frequently shows off supplies purchased using food stamps. He also is seen on Instagram waving a Social Security card while lying in bed with his baby. On social media, he frequently boasts of his earnings from begging for cash and claiming he makes roughly $1,000 a day. I don't like to work, he tells his followers. Boys in America, there are millions of tricks, millions of things to do, he says, as he outlines how he lives effectively for free in a new country. We've concluded that the American dream is real, he said in a separate post, adding that he has lived for more than a year in the U.S. and never worked. This is food of the best quality that they give you. Subject has been on the national news, being viral on TikTok, encouraging illegal immigrants. ICE documents obtained by the state of Moreno, in Ohio. Moreno also claimed Child Services is investigating him for using his baby daughter in posts about scamming and begging. However, that is to appear to be a scam. This is according to the police there. We're not aware of any investigation involving this individual and Child Services. Now, if the police aren't aware of that stuff up, Moreno, you know what I mean? To drum up sympathy and people sending him money. He could have done it for that reason. Moreno claims that he traversed 12 countries to reach the U.S. and has tried to seek asylum in Canada last year along because they didn't give out free up north. They didn't give us a hotel they promised, and he said in the video to his Instagram account last year, they give us a month from the hospital that the couple didn't pay anything to have their daughter, thanking Papa, buying abandoned vehicles to sell for scrap, and giving tips. Also told followers to pretend they're injured, to make a leg cast with plastic and Velcro. Work is for slaves. Boy, this is what he said. Work is for slaves. Where have you seen humiliate yourself? You have to be creative to ask for money, he said. He said work is
this son of a bitch needs his ass whooped. How about that?
Slaves. Work is for slaves.
Yeah,
he didn't
somebody
come here to work.
How about that?
So it looked like he's not very smart because they can track him down through those videos. Y'all gonna have to tell me what you think about the authorities are now after Moreno here. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification.
I had an update on that. They actually caught his
Line Blacc news. Okay. I'm gonna put it like this right here. You treat this son of a bitch like a home invader. You beat his ass. Yeah, let him come up here in this motherfucker where I'm at. Broke back and all, man. I'm gonna beat his ass.
Yeah, they got his ass. The update on that. They got his ass.
All right, y'all. There's more information on Leonel Moreno. He's not supposed to be in this country at all. And the story that I did before said that, ICE had let him go, and they said no.
You have a
He actually escaped from ICE. So this was his mugshot when he was detained by ICE back in 2022. And they said he's been on the run ever since. And they were trying to track him down, and they had no idea where he was until he started doing those TikTok videos.
Exactly.
And yeah, I think people reported him. That's how ICE eventually found out he was living in Columbus, Ohio, and they narrowed it down to this house that you see in the background. Clearly a suburban home in Columbus, Ohio, and that's where he's been staying. Now, he's not there now because he's on the run. He knows the authorities are on to his butt. So before his TikTok was taken down, he had 500,000 followers, and they said they took him down because they don't allow users to promote criminal activities. That's why he lost his TikTok account. Moreno enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program, which lets migrants on parole go free. but they
Wait
have
a
to be
minute.
tracked.
This son of a bitch is on parole,
And
and
they said a
gonna let
lot
him
of
go
those
free.
migrants, when they put tracking devices on, they just cut them off. The majority of them do that. They won't keep them things on.
And let a black person do that. Yeah, the hypocrisy is real, folks. And you wonder why we have the attitude that we do over here at Front Line Blacc News in Chicago's Black Experience Enhanced.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. He got his ass.
Okay, so they arrested his ass 2 days ago. All right. No, I'm gonna tell you what they need to do with these damn illegal migrants crossing the border. Don't you know in other countries, man, you cross their border illegally, man, they'll kill your ass.
Yep.
So I'm willing to bet if they stretched a few of these motherfuckers, man, doing that shit, man, that'd be a great deterrent.
Oh yeah, so they're gonna make an example of his ass.
Yeah.
And like you said, this is exactly why we have the attitude that we have towards those goddamn illegal immigrants.
Yes, sir. And here we built this goddamn country, and they don't want to give us no reparations.
Not newcomers, not migrants, illegal immigrants. All right.
And they wonder, Brother Che, and they wonder why the damn bill for the reparations now is up to $750 trillion in tangibles.
Unleash the
Exactly, Sabaki. All right, so what are your closing thoughts on that?
My closing thoughts on that, man, make my day long Colorado. Yes, ma'am, Sister Detria. Yeah, what they need to do is that they need to start knocking some of these tricks off, man, and break them of that habit. After all, look what they did to the Black Panthers.
Yep. And also, don't forget, Shabaki, in Illinois, that Obama judge said it was constitutionally allowed for them to carry arms of illegal immigrants. So definitely Black family lock and load.
Yeah, particularly there in Chicago. Yeah. Particularly there in Chicago, Black family, lock and load, you know what I'm saying? And then also, too, okay, you say you can't hear me, sister?
Can you hear us
Okay.
now?
Okay, can you hear me now, Sister Detria? Okay, wait for her to respond. In the meantime, yeah, you know, so therefore, you know, to all the sets out there, there's your work right there, gentlemen.
Yep.
Because they coming to kill us, okay? And I'm just making it plain.
Oh yeah, this is very, very evident.
Yeah, this is very plain. I mean, this bastards to go up here in your house, sit there, take it over. We sit there and sing, "We Shall Overcome." No. This is the burning house that Dr. King was talking about, that he foresaw over 50 years ago prior to his death. This is what Dr. Claude Anderson taught us 15 years ago, off the research that he has done. And shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. Right. This is part of the Ma'afa that Dr. Marimba Ani had talked about, a disaster so bad it's beyond description.
Yep.
And we supposed to sit up there like with Joe Gibson and them, oh, we all the same, you the Bob, we should love you, Bob. That shit there is over with. And I cannot hold my head held high before the ancestors if I did not exhiberate and explain what I just did.
Right.
Because we don't hate nobody. Everybody hates us. Hell, we even hate ourselves. And to quote Mad Dr. D, may he rest in power. When he said to me years ago, Shabaka, we got to do an episode on what we do to ourselves. And we did.
Yep. That's one of our best episodes.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Shabak is home. I'm over so long because it's getting super late.
Yeah, it is. It is 1 o'clock in the morning, brother Che. Yeah, and we've been on for 3.5 hours. And sister, they have it easy, even as a criminal. Yes, ma'am. And that's why I'm having an attitude that I'm having. To see if some of them come up smashed with us defending ourselves, that'll send a greater message.
Yep. All right, so moving from the migrant illegal immigrant situation, I'm glad they caught that bastard too.
All right.
I hope they throw the book at his ass and make a clear example of his punk ass.
Oh, absolutely.
So, moving along, 6 high school students are charged for holding an online mock slave auction and racial bullying.
Sir, the response to that is obvious. I don't even have to say it.
Yeah, so this is in Massachusetts, and this is the who's a new addition to the African Diaspora News channel. It's gonna give us an update on that.
High school that have been charged with conducting an online slave auction where fellow them folk students can bid on fellow Black students, and this was conducted on Snapchat. We're going to hear from one of the moms of one of the Black students that was a victim of this heinous crime, and we're also going to hear from the district attorney who's going to share the charges that have been
And
laid.
he ain't gonna do shit about it.
Take a look.
Respectful. She is kind-hearted beyond what you would think a 13-year-old today will be. She's my confidant, and we share a lot. It was called Black Lives RAL, something like that. I guess L is for lower class or low. It was $2 to $4 a bid.
The facts that I was given and the nature of this incident compelled me to immediately direct members of my office's Massachusetts State Police Detective Unit to investigate. In a hateful, racist online chat that included heinous language, threats, and
Man, you ought to see the shit they send me, man. You kiss my
Brown has
ass.
been charged with interference with civil rights, threat to commit a crime, and witness interference. A juvenile has been also charged, a different juvenile has been charged with interference with civil rights and threat to commit a crime. And 4 other juveniles have each been charged with threat to commit a crime, for a total of 6 juveniles who will be criminally charged this morning by my office.
And try him as
So
adult.
apparently, this student, who is the daughter of Allison Lopez, says that she had been going through this for months. And what this is derogatory racial comments, racism, racist acts, and so on. But this online Snapchat slave auction was basically the straw that broke the camel's back, which caused her to finally speak up about what was happening. These punks, as you heard Allison Lopez say, the bid was $2 to $4 for a Black person. So these students have access to their phones, and they're conducting this elaborate auction at 2 in the morning, apparently.
Wow.
When they should probably be sleeping,
Right.
or if they need to be, studying. So what
You read about
kind
this.
of household are they running? Where are their parents? And I always say, when students are like this and to this level of something that they would carry out, that racism starts at the house. It starts from the top. This was so
Blatant.
absolutely dehumanizing for Black students to face.
Right.
And a lot of people are arguing that social media has really become a tool that's used for evil as opposed to good. Now, we all know that social media can be very useful. It can be lucrative if you're an influencer or a content creator. You're doing something constructive and, or productive with social media. It could be a very useful tool. But it can also be something that works against you, especially with these younger millennials that are coming up now who rely on social media and are influenced by people that they see. And there's many, many cases of mental health issues, anxiety. All of these things are linked to social media. Back in our day, if you didn't like somebody, you had to write a letter, and then you had to go to the post office, get a stamp. If you didn't know their address, you had to figure out their address. You would have to put that stamp on and drop it in the mailbox. So if you really didn't like somebody, you had to mean it, because you don't have the option of deleting your comment or deleting your content. It's gone. It's in the mail, and it's going to end up in that person's mailbox. The way that hate can be spread on social media now is absolutely disheartening. And this act that these punks did is beyond unacceptable.
Right.
From what I understand, they've been suspended for an extended period of time. And of course, because of their age, they cannot divulge their names and all of that stuff. So we are not going to know who they are. But
well, why don't you just put their names up in on a bathroom wall on a goddamn subway?
Need to do
How about
something
that?
about those monsters that they are raising, these juvenile racists. They need to be reprimanded heavily for this. And if it's a juvenile jail, they need to be put away and put under it so that Black students can feel safe in school.
Well,
and that will set an example for any of those other junior racists that want to carry out
right there. Because
nonsense like this. The authorities are actually taking it to this level, contrary to what some people think, that it's a little over the top. I vehemently disagree. If they could be locked up and the key thrown at them, that's what needs to happen. Let me know what you all think about this. Drop your comments in the chat. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also share the content, and also download the African Diaspora News app. You can grab it at Google or Apple, or you can head over to africandiasporanews.org and download it there.
Check out Front Line Blacc News.
Also subscribe to my YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's a like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
That's right, Shabaka. So what are your thoughts on these RWS children, 6 of them, being
absolutely
for holding this mock slave auction?
Okay, glad you brought it up, Brother Jay. The first thing that we need to do, the parents, okay, Black parents, get your children out there on the pistol range, on the firing range. The Second Amendment is not to be infringed upon.
Right.
Show them how to break down weapons. Show them how to defend themselves by any means necessary, and use extreme prejudice when defending yourself. Yes, ma'am. And also, too, Black family, have your children study martial arts. Just have your children study how to defend themselves, and have your children get in shape. It's because they're coming after us, Black family.
Oh, yeah.
They are coming after us. It is obvious, okay? The handwriting is beyond on the wall. You see what I'm saying? Because these people, Black family, hate us because they can't beat us. Why do you think they women go down there to Fredericks of Hollywood and get ass implants? Okay, it comes to the Black woman naturally.
Right.
You see what I mean? Why the hell you think they go up there talking about, well, they say it in hip hop, I can say it too. No, you can't, because the Black experience is not your experience.
Right.
And I really do not care how many bed wenches that you cave beast boys lay with.
Right.
Okay? Well, I'm making it plain.
Or for you cave how many summer poles you read, you rolled.
Yeah. And Brother Che, I can't take it no more, man, because okay, we've been doing this here for a combined 12 years, and you over the years that we've been doing this, you have seen the shit that has come in my inbox over the radio, you know what I'm saying, and what have you.
Yep.
And with this here being Bunny Rabbit Day, this is why we need resurrection of the mental dead.
Yeah, well, it's past that now. It's April
Oh yeah.
Fool's Day. And
Oh
it's
yeah, that's
Lady
right. It's April
Freeze.
Fool's Day, yeah. And
And
also too,
it's
and
Lady
also,
Freeze C Day as well. It's
oh,
44.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then also too, a sad note in history, ladies and gentlemen, I lived through this here. On this day back in 1984, 40 years ago, wow.
Yeah.
40 years ago today, Marvin Gaye was killed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Well, 5 years ago, Nipsey Hussle was killed.
yeah, 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 yeah. You see, so we got to keep our heads on a swivel, black family. We is all we got. And what we need to do, black family, to protect ourselves, we got to have conflict resolution within ourselves. That's our first step. It's because these OTBs, you know, they're going to game on that, you know, to get us to lower our guard. We are not each other's enemy. Okay. Of course, we have a lot of situations.
Several religious leaders in
and so we are all, yeah, and we are all we got, and we have a right to survive, we have a right to exist, and we have a right to live. Okay. So what it is that we're just going to have to start returning some of the force. I mean, you know, Dr. King said that, and they killed Dr. King. Say all this division that we have amongst ourselves, and then you got buck wenches out there, bed wenches out there, these ghetto gaggers, you know what I'm saying? Very, very dangerous to our existence as a people.
Okay,
Candace Owens, you know what I'm saying? She can go suck a dog's dick for all I care.
Yeah, fuck Candace Owens. So we're down to
I wouldn't fuck her, but I see your point. Same thing with Holly Berry too. Holly Berry even got up there and said, how the hell is, you know, she gonna pay child support to a white man, you know, who constantly calls her a nigga.
Yeah.
Okay, you see, you know, and black people, we are thoroughly fucked up in the head, okay? But we are all we got. But one thing about us, though, is that we are resilient. And it's very amazing that when we have such situations like this that we're presented to us now currently with the dump as in human shit and his bullshit. Oh, yes, sir. And then also, too, you know, hiding by, you know, always hiding his true agenda. So I'm going to be on the damn couch, okay? So what I suggest we start doing, black family, start using conventional and unconventional methods and training to defend ourselves. Is because, as our sister said right here, who's joined us this evening, they're coming.
Oh, yeah.
They're coming. They are definitely coming. It might be another long, hot summer, folks. I'm solution-based. Prevention is not popular. I've been talking about this with schools since '94, before Columbine. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so which means, Sister Deetria, you've had great intuitive insight on that. So, ma'am, as a black woman, get on the pistol range. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to break down your weapon, but learn how to put your weapon together blindfolded.
Yep.
Learn how to break it down blindfolded. Learn everything about it.
Right.
Because it will save your life, you see. And this mock slave auction, yeah, put me up on a mock slave auction. Yeah, put me up on a mock slave auction. And then these lying-ass law enforcement officers, half these sons of bitches are in the Ku Klux Klan anyway.
Yeah, like you already know, they've been allowing this shit to go on.
Exactly. And then, just like we had did a story on this here about 5-6 years, about 4 or 5 years ago, Brother Che, where they said is that white supremacists are infiltrating police departments.
Yep.
Okay, but they never said. Yes, but they ain't saying what they're doing about it.
Because they're not. They can't do nothing about it because they have to incriminate themselves.
Precisely. You see what I'm saying? So you be hearing a whole lot of Fifth Amendment pleas in those cases, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know any Godfather. It's all lies. Everything. The FBI, they made me a deal. See, they say he do this, he say he do that. I said, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah. Yeah, so I wonder what Bianchi would say about this.
Oh, Lord. So we're down to the last two topics of the night.
All right.
And
Let's
those
make it
are, I'm trying to, I'm trying to, Shabaka.
Mm-hmm.
So the last two topics of the night are Boston religious leaders demand white churches pay reparations for rolling slavery.
Okay.
And then we got, what's the last topic? Oh my God. Latino-American tells Black Americans that they want the migrants out just as well. They want the migrants gone too. So.
Okay. No, that's a good subject right there. So Governor Bud, great state of Texas, he ought to use that one right there. Oh, Governor Bud.
Mm-hmm. So Sister Demetria K is going to give us the update on what's happening in Boston in regards to reparations, demand for reparations from the white churches for their role in slavery. Because as we know, Shabaka, there was slavery in the North as well.
Oh, absolutely. New Jersey and Philadelphia and New York were 3 states.
Mm-hmm. And good old state of Massachusetts.
And Maryland. Oh, and not to mention Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, you know who's from Delaware, right?
Yep, Sleepy Jim Crow Biden.
Uh-huh.
Boston are calling for white churches and the city of Boston to ante up reparations for their role in the slave trade. Now, this is what was said. This was made by Reverend Kevin Peterson. He's called sincerely and with heartfelt, with faith and Christian love for our white churches to join us and not be silent around this issue of racism and slavery and commit to reparations. He also went on to say, we point to them in Christian love to publicly atone for the sins of slavery, and we ask them to publicly commit to a process of reparations where there will extend their great wealth, tens of millions of dollars among some of the churches in the Black community. Now, they went on to name these churches. The churches are King's Chapel, Arlington Street Church, Trinity Church, and Old South Church. Now, they said those churches were built in the 1600s and 1700s, and they had lots of slaves. And so they saying the churches and the members had the slaves. And so they're asking for the city to pay $15 billion for reparation. And they want to split it up in increments of $5 billion for cash reparations, for housing, education, and to build other financial institutions that will benefit Black people. Of course, you guys know reparations is due to Black Americans, due to the institution of slavery, where our ancestors were promised things like 40 acres and a mule. Yep. Of course, they never got it. Then we went through Jim Crow, and some will say that we're still kind of going through Jim Crow 2.0, and a whole host of other things that Black Americans have to endure. And so there in Boston, they're saying that you owe the residents that, the Black residents.
If I was a goddamn American, I wouldn't have to worry about
the white churches, have they responded? I don't know. But I'm imagining that they're saying the devil is a lie. We ain't giving y'all that money. But it should be said that pastors from all walks of life, different races, are asking those white churches, hey, write a check for what you guys had to do with this institution of slavery back then. And so will it happen? I wouldn't hold my breath, but it should be said that, of course, we know the mayor there in Boston, she has called for commissions and studies and things like that to see what is owed to Bostonians, if you will, that are Black Americans, and should they get reparations and all that. But of course, we hear about these studies all over the place, and they're just studying. It's like, what are you guys studying? You know that slavery happened. You know that it was horrible. You know that our ancestors never got money or anything for that, and we are still waiting for that. So what do you need to study? Just write the check. But I don't think those churches are going to do that, and they're calling, for Christianly love. You asking because they are Christians for them to do the right thing? In fact, those people like to use Christianity to do the wrong thing. So I don't know if they're going to do that. But if they do, hallelujah, it's a miracle. I don't know. It remains to be seen. But anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show, here on YouTube.
Unleash the power of knowledge and connect with the heartbeat of the African diaspora. Download our African diaspora.
Okay. That's Shabaka. Shabaka, did you? Oh shit, I lost Shabaka. His phone must have died. No, we think he's joining us, Shabaka. Shit. What are my thoughts on this retarded shit? Damn topic. Oh, Boston. So, yeah, I hope they get it. I mean, that would be nice, and the rest of the nation should follow suit. Because them white churches did have a huge involvement in slavery and chattel slavery here in the United States. So, yeah, they owe reparations too, and they need to pay up. So, we'll keep y'all updated on what's happening in Boston and the other cities that are having these commissions and task force and all this stuff for reparations. So we're down to the last topic of the night, and that is a Latino-American man tells Black Americans that they want the migrants gone too.
For a news channel app now on Google Play and Apple App Store. Stay informed with authentic information.
Latinos, or Latin Americans, I should say, are really starting to delineate from the migrant situation. Check it out.
White and Black people of America, I am a member of the Latino community, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my people. We too are fed up with these migrants coming over here, man. I want to let you guys know that this is not a reflection of what the Latino people are about and what we stand for. We've been here forever. We never had these problems. Do you understand what I'm saying? We come here to work and mind our business. You know what I'm saying? You guys know that. You would have never heard Latinos squatting and committing crimes, beating up cops. We have never done that. We don't get down like that. I've been Latino my whole life. I've never even heard the conversation of somebody going into somebody's property and claiming it as theirs simply because there's a law that allows it. We don't get down like that, people. We do not get down like that, man. And it's starting to frustrate America. And at the end of the day, you can't tell the difference between a Venezuelan and a lot of the rest of us. So I don't want you to all Latino people this people out of here soon. He would. This is getting out of control. It's getting bad. The United States Venezuela opened up the prison and said, "Take them on." America says, "I send them." We know exactly where to place them, and we all got to do it, man. Black Latinos.
So Latino,
so they took the Klan off and put business suits on
people, but he's specifically talking to Black people because we're by the most, right? It being the migration situation. He was like, listen, Us Latinos that's over here the right way, we ain't for all that. They doing the squatting and getting all these resources. That ain't us. We work hard and we mind our business. And he also said, if you ask me, I think America is purposely going over there to Venezuela and getting the miscreants, if you will, and saying, hey, come up over here. Now, we've heard that before. So whether it's true or not, I don't know. It remains to be seen, but it sure looks that way, right? But yeah, there's the representative of not do is foolishness that they got going on, and empathizes with like, hey, we did it because it is happening to Black people. And he said that right there, look at Chicago and in Boston and other places that the migrants are, you know, they going all over there to those communities and they getting shelter and money and cars they buying and phones and a whole bunch of stuff, right? And so he is saying, listen, if y'all ever confused about what's going on between, you know, Latinos, it ain't us, okay? That's them folks over there. And he's like, we want them gone too. They need to get the hell up out of America so that we could get on with what we was doing already, right? But I guess I get what he's saying, because a lot of people maybe don't know the difference, and they should, but they might not, and they might take it out on them. And he said, no. We are very clear, okay? We're very clear that we ain't with the stuff either. We don't like that they coming over here, because a lot of Latin American people are saying, hey, we have to come over here the right way. We have to wait. We have to do all of these things, take all these tests to just, you know, to become an American citizen. But then you got Biden and Kamala opening up the borders and saying, this way, come on, you can do it. And if you get over here, oh boy, the prizes that you'll get are plenty. And like you said too, we ain't telling that, like we not squatting people's houses like that. That's them. We want y'all to be very clear on it. Ain't Latin American people doing that. That's them folks, the Venezuelans and everybody else getting a free pass to come over to the border and do that. But the other thing is, you know, I haven't heard Joe or Kamala say anything about the squatting situation that's going on with the migrants. And I'm wondering, will they say anything about it? I mean, I don't think about it. Is that important to them? Or in some sense, are the migrants getting a memo from somewhere? I'm not saying who, but are they getting it from somewhere? Like, hey, this is what you do when you get over there. Get up in them people's houses, right? To get up on out of here, sources that we supposed to be getting, right? And I'm gonna say this again, as I said this on my other videos. Black people, don't y'all go to the polls with that foolishness, voting for more of nothing, hollering, vote blue, no matter who. And I don't care who, you know, who it is, as long as it ain't Trump or whatever the case is. Yeah. Think long and hard before you go and vote for the Democrats, especially because they're gonna vote for more of that. They will. So anyway, y'all tell me what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show, here on YouTube.
What's good, everybody? Brother Black.
I think they're trying to get on code with us, but a little bit too late. But yeah, this is what voting for the Democrats is getting. So these illegals, this coming in, flooding the border, flooding the country. They're displacing you in the workforce and all these other fields. And yeah, it's a full-blown invasion. We're at war. And if y'all go ahead and vote for stupid Jim Crow Biden again in November, you brought it on yourselves. I don't want to hear none of y'all complaining about, oh, we can't do this and we can't do that. That voting blue, no matter who, is not getting us anywhere, Black family. So if we're going to vote for something tangible. Otherwise, we're not going to vote. It's going to be the couch. So we need to send a clear message to these Democrats. I know we keep taking our votes for granted. And days are over. So we appreciate everybody that tapped in tonight. This is this Lady Chay's 44th C Day. So happy C Day to her. Sister Deidre, Please contact Shabaka via Facebook. Yeah, it's nothing but stalling tactics. Look how long it took for any money to be given. They had, remember the judge had threw out the damn threw the case out, and they had to do a retrial or they had to do it all over again, and we still don't know what came of that. Yeah, that's a damn shame. And we had just lost one of the sisters that was one of the sole survivor. Oh no, excuse me, we lost one of the brothers that was a sole survivor. He stayed here in Denver. He stayed at Capitol Towers. He just recently passed away. We covered that earlier in the third season. But yeah, thank you for coming on, Sister Dietra. Tapping in. Don't forget to share my number. So thank y'all for tuning in to season 3, episode 52, part 2 of the Front Line Blacc News. This is Lady Che C-Day weekend, so happy C-Day to Lady Che. Please make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms, Front Line Blacc News, The Revolutionary Agenda, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And we want all you dumpster supporters to call in Tuesday and tell us what tangible benefits we're going to get from a dumpster regime. So, all that being said, we thank y'all for watching Frontline Blacc News. We'll be back tomorrow or later on today with part 3 of the Frontline Blacc News. So we'll see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chain criminals signing out from the Mile High Income and Illegal Migrant Flooded City on April 1st, 2024. Peace.